اه.
وين افتح طيب، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning everybody. شكرا على الحضور. I will speak in Arabic. Anybody doesn't understand Arabic? You need to learn Arabic. Okay, I will try to mix some language so you will understand. بداية أحب أشكر الجميع الحقيقة على الحضور من الصباح الباكر للمحاضرة. طبعا المحاضرة راح تتكلم عن الجيوسبيشال سولوشن للسكيورتي اوبريشن، ونبي نركز تقريبا على التطبيقات الاستخباراتية أو الانتليجنس اناليسيس. طيب بالبداية أنا فهد المسعود، البزنس ديفلوبمنت مانجمنت مانجر بالديفنس والسكيورتي في ازري السعودية. معي زميلي اسلام رزق اللي هو الجي اي سولوشن انجينير المختص في أنظمة الديفنس والسكيورتي.
مشكلة.
سكر، يمكن أنت لازم تسكر. طيب خلونا نبدأ الآن في قضية الديفنس والانتليجنس ان ArcGIS. طبعا هذه لو لاحظنا التطبيقات، هذه تطبيقات مختلفة تمر على جميع مراحل التحليل الاستخباراتي. ممكن نبداها من اليسار للأعلى. هذه الفاونديشن داتا مانجمنت. طبعا هذه قضية إدارة البيانات وتجميعها في مكان واحد وفي منصة واحدة، هذه تقريبا تمثل 80% من التحديات اللي تواجه العاملين في القطاعات الاستخباراتية. طبعا الاستخباراتية على الرغم أنها يمكن هم أقل الناس استخداما، لكن ما يميز الاستخبارات أو التطبيقات الاستخباراتية أنهم يحتاجون أي جزء من المعلومة، يعني ليس حتى المعلومة كاملة، أي جزء من معلومة ممكن يستفاد فيها، لأنهم كانوا يبحثون عن فك لغز أو سر فهم يبحثون عن أي مصدر للمعلومة وربطه في مكان معين للظهور فعلا في تصور عن حدث معين صار. قد تكون جريمة، قد تكون اختراق، قد تكون يعني أحداث كثيرة، حتى أحداث طبيعية ممكن تتبعها في هذا. فكما ذكرنا في البداية الفاونديشن داتا مانجمنت هذه مهمة جدا. من التطبيقات اللي ممكن أيضا الانستوليشن مانجمنت، قضية إدارة المرافق الاستخباراتية. من اليمين الأخير عندنا برضو التحليل الاستخباراتي والديسمينيشن. يعني قضية التحليل مهم جدا لما تظهر في نتائج، لكن في نقطة مهمة جدا هي قضية مشاركة التحليل مع الجهات الأخرى، مع العاملين، سواء ويكون في بيئة آمنة ومتحكم بها. من التطبيقات الأخرى قضية بالأسفل يسار الكوماند كنترول، هذه من التطبيقات المنتشرة جدا في قضية الجي اي اس. أيضا بعدها السنسور، لو مصادر المعلومات للسنسور والانتجريشن. وفي الأخير على اليمين السيتويشن اويرنس، هذه عادة في غرف العمليات أو غرف اتخاذ القرارات أو المسؤولين الكبار يهمهم جدا الحصول على معلومات كاملة عن ما يحدث في الميدان لأي حدث معين قد تكون مختلفة. أيضا هذه تطبيقات أخرى سبيشال تمبرال، أنا أقدر أحلل البيانات قضية مكانيا وزمانيا، هذا اللي ظاهر في اليسار، بحيث يظهر لي مسار الحدث، تغيره مع الوقت مع الزمان. كل هذه أيضا من المعلومات المهمة. من الإضافات الجميلة جدا في الارك جي اس اللي هو استخدام النوت بوك اللي هو جوبيتر نوت بوك، اللي بعضكم يمكن يعرف البايثون وتطبيقاتها. لو فرضنا أي تطبيق أو أي حالة تحتاج تولز غير موجودة في التطبيق، بالإمكان بنائها باستخدام البايثون ودمجها مع النظام بحيث تستخدم من جميع الجهات. على اليمين للأعلى الارك جي اس ايرث، هذا من المنتجات الفري للجي اي اس الازري. هو شبيه بازري ما بجوجل ايرث، لكنه خاص في ازري، يعني تقدر عرض البيانات والتعامل معها بال 3 دي. ايضا في عندنا عنصر مهم اللي هو جيو ايفنت ريال تايم داتا فيدز. الجيو ايفنت المقصود فيه انه السيرفر خاص في الاحداث اللي تتغير مع الوقت او تتحرك، قد تكون سيارات، قد تكون احداث، قد تكون رياح، او حتى نيران مثل اللي حاصل الان في مثل لوس انجلوس. النيران ممكن متابعتها آليا باستخدام التغير مع الوقت، يعني وبناء ايضا داشبورد كامله بحيث انها باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي نستطيع عد اشياء معينه، عدد السيارات او عدد الشاحنات او عدد اي احداث تهمنا يكون في طريقه للعد. في بالاسفل باليسار اللي هو الارك جي اس انسايت. المقصود فيه الانسايت هنا تحليل البيانات، يعني هو برنامج خاص لتحليل الداتا مايننج، التعامل معها والتطبيقات المختلفه، اللينك اناليسز والفيجواليزيشن المختلفه، طرق عرض البيانات المختلفه، كلها تساعد في اظهار المعلومه. هو الهدف لو لاحظتوا يعني الكومن فاكتور اللي او الثيم المهم هي قضيه استخدام البيانات المناسبه والتعامل معها واظهارها بطريقه مناسبه بعده طرق. قد تكون المعلومه لما ننظر لها بالزمان تظهر شيء، لكن لما نعرضها على المكان تظهر معنى آخر. لذلك القدرة على التحول أو الربط بين الزمان والمكان والعرض الجدول ولا عرض الخريطة ولا عرض الجراف، كل هذه الإمكانيات تعطيك كلها الهدف منها البحث عن الحل. يعني دائما المحلل هو اللي يقود البلاتفورم، يعني بدون المحلل الفاهم اللي يطرح الأسئلة المهمة البلاتفورم تعطيك هي أنت كل اللي يحتاج. يعني البلاتفورم عادة تهيئ لك الوصول لأكبر عدد من البيانات بسهولة وتتعامل معها بمرونة. يتبقى قضية الأسئلة اللي تطرحها، التساؤلات، البحث، كل هذه تؤدي إلى إن شاء الله الوصول للنتائج. في شيء مهم جدا في الوسط لو لاحظتوا الانتليجنس الانت داتا. الانت داتا المقصود فيها يمكن لبعضكم عنده تطوع عن الانتليجنس، المقصود فيها الالكترونيك انتليجنس. هذه نوع من البيانات تجمع عن طريق الأجهزة الإلكترونية، هي جزء من اللي يسمونه السيجنال سيج انتليجنس. والسيج انتليجنس تحتها فرعين اللي هو الكوميونيكيشن انتليجنس والالكترونيك انتليجنس. الالكترونيك المقصود فيها الإشارات الكهربائية، يعني لو الزاوية هذه يمكن هذه ظاهرة عندكم، هذه المقصود فيها تطبيق مثلا البحث عن إرساء الدومين معين لاتصالات معينة. الفي اتش اف كانت تستخدم في منطقة نائية. أذكر هذا التطبيق يثبت مثلا مهربين المخدرات استخدموا المرور، يعني التعرف على مسار الإشارة وين استخدمت أدى إلى معرفة الخطوط اللي يسلكها مهربين المخدرات عادة. هذه باستخدام حتى تطبيقات من الأقمار الصناعية إظهار البصمة لأجهزة الاتصال الفي اتش اف، لأنهم يتصلون عادة زي ما هو منظمة. بالأخير هنا قضية التطبيقات المختلفة، أيضا قضية الورك فلو والديتا فلو المانجمنت. هذه أيضا من التطبيقات الأخرى المهمة. بالبداية هنا قضية عرض الأحداث والتعامل معها. السكيورتي اسسمنت هذه أحد التطبيقات، طبعا يمكن ما تهمنا احنا في أفغانستان. الفيديو تارجت انديكيتور اناليسيس، برضو في برامج خاصة في تحليل الفيديو الستريم، التعرف على منتجات معينة على أحداث معينة باستخدام الفيديو. قد تكون حتى في لها تطبيقات في إشارات المرور، التأكد من مرور سيارة معينة بلون معين في مكان معين. كل هذه تؤدي إلى باستخدام الفيديو. أيضا هنا السايت مونيتورنج، هذا زي الداشبورد لكن باستخدام الاي اي، التعرف على احداث معينه باستخدام برمجتها وعرضها بطرق مختلفة، يعني سواء في الهيت ماب هذه، ولا في الدائرة هذه اللي تتعامل مثلا مع الكالندر، أو على الخريطة اللي هي معروفة. هذه الاكتيفيتي برضو هذه ممكن عرض الخريطة وربطها بتايم لاين والأحداث المهمة. الجزء هذا أهم شيء. يعني الجزء الثاني من محاضرتنا اليوم إن شاء الله يتكلم عن الأول سورس انتليجنس. هذا أحد التطبيقات المهمة اللي مركز للتعامل مع الانتليجنس في الارك جي اس. فزميلي الإسلام سيتكلم بالتفصيل عن الأول سورس انتليجنس. طبعا من الأشياء المهمة أو اللي تخوف منها أغلب اللي يدخلون للجي اي اس، يعتقد أنه يحتاج شهادات مختصة أو برمجة قوية. لا، من الميزات في الارك جي اس أنه كونفجريشن، يعني ما تحتاج تصير مبرمج ولا شيء، هي كونفجريشن سهلة، يمكن دورة ما تأخذ أسبوع، تستطيع أنك تنتج أي تطبيق مناسب، يعني على افتراض أنه توفر البيانات وعندك الأكسس المناسب لها، تستطيع بناء بعض التطبيقات المختلفة. هذه أحد التطبيقات، حتى بتطبيقات ال AI والتعامل معها المختلفة. فهذه الميزة هذه اللي هو أهم شيء، اللي هي قضية البيئة الآمنة، ال HA وال High Availability Disaster Recovery. وأيضا مهم أنه يسوي انتجريشن مع الأنظمة القائمة في المنظمة، ومواصفات قياسية تستطيع الربط مع الأنظمة المختلفة. والأخير أنه حتى في هذا definition من الديفنس، المقصود فيه الانفايرمنت العدائية اللي هي صعبة جدا يستطيع العمل فيها. لذلك الويل اركتكتشر بلاتفورم هذه هي الخطوة الأولى، اللي هي تصميم الاركتكتشر المناسب بالتعاون مع قسم الاي تي في المنظمة. طبعا هذه المقدمة هذه طبعا قبلها يعني لا نتوقع أنه القضية هي تكنولوجي بس، شراء الأجهزة أو الأنظمة أو اللايسنس. نحتاج فعلا نمر بهذه المراحل، اللي هي قضية لابد من الخطوة الأولى. أنا برأيي أهم شيء أنه الإكزيكتيف السبونسرشيب، لابد يكون الإدارة العليا مقتنعين بالفاليو، بالقيمة اللي يضيفها الجي اي اس، لأنك فعلا ستتواجه بعقبات جدا، سواء لأن من خلال التجربة أغلب الجي اي اس يكون عادة تحت الاي تي، وعادة الاي تي يكون اقوى من القسم الجي اي اس، ففيه دائما الصراع هذا على الريسورس، على التدريب، على اللايسنس، يكون بين الجي اي اس وبين الاي تي. فلذلك اقتناع من الخطوات المهمة جدا انه التوب مانجمنت they see the value، يعني لابد يرون القيمة المضافة للمنظمة لدعم هذه. لذلك نحتاج في البداية الفيجن والليدرشيب انفولفمنت اللي هو الرؤية، وبعدين لابد تعريف الاحتياجات. يعني كل منظمة مهما بلغت صغيرة أو كبيرة لها احتياجات مختلفة، لها متطلبات متميزة عن غيرها. لذلك ضروري جدا الخطوة هذه قبل البداء بالحل اللي هو التكنولوجي. أيضا لابد من قياس المخاطر والتكاليف، ولابد من التخطيط والجوفرنس، والستيجنج والانجيجنج، هذه كلها أيضا من الأشياء. وجود بيبل طبعا هذه الإضافة المهمة، وهذا العنصر المهم. يعني لو سألتني أهم عنصر في الليستة هذه هو البيبل اللي بيشتغلون على النظام. يعني النظام مهما بلغ من التعقيد، من القوة، من التطور، بدون الناس المدربين والمؤهلين يعني على التعامل مع الأجهزة، القيمة ستكون فعلا قليلة جدا. هذه يبين لنا قضية الربط المعلومات. يعني هذه حقين الانتليجنس يمكن يعرف التفاصيل هذه. المقصود فيها هذه مصادر البيانات. الكوميونيكيشن انتليجنس هذه المقصود فيها، السيجنال انتليجنس، الهيومن انتليجنس، يعني مصدر المعلومة جاي من وين. هنا من الكوميونيكيشن قد تكون بطرق مشروعة أو حتى بطرق غير مشروعة، تصنت على أجهزة معينة، التقاط إشارات معينة، كلها البحث، الفكرة كلها عن البحث عن المعلومات من أي مكان. هنا لما يكون عندك ناس يجمعون معلومات سواء يعني داخل الميدان أو مزروعين في أماكن أخرى، لذلك الهومن انتليجنس. هنا إذا عندك أجهزة قياس ميجرمنت انتليجنس، وهنا الأوسنت اللي هو الأوبن سورس انتليجنس. المقصود فيها الأوبن سورس اللي هو أي بيانات متاحة عبر الإنترنت، قد تكون عن السوشيال ميديا، عن تكون التليجرام، عن تكون كل هذه البيانات يسمونها الأوسنت، الأوبن سورس انتليجنس. والآن مع توفر البيانات، أنا أذكر شفت كيس مرة، واحد يبغى يعرف الناس اللي يشتغلون في سفينة معينة، ففيه تطبيق في الإنترنت يعطيك المسار حق السفن ويعطيك رقم السفينة، اسمها، مسماها. طيب هو أول خطوة أخذ السفينة هذه أو طلع الرقم، يبغى يعرف الناس اللي يشتغلون فيها. فوش بحث؟ فيه موقع للجوب فايندنج حق عادة اللي يشتغلون بالسفن. فلما يبحث بالرقم والخبرات، لقى الناس اللي يشتغلون هنا مثل طالبين عارضين السي في حقتهم في المواقع المختصة بالتوظيف، وقدر يربطها مع السفينة بحيث أنه بالنهاية يظهر لي الشخص. لذلك المعلومات متاح في الإنترنت بشكل لا يمكن تصوره. يعني هذه برضو هذه من التطبيقات. الجيو انتليجنس المقصود فيها الجيو سبيشال انتليجنس، هذه عامة جدا. الايمج انتليجنس هذه استخدام الصور. يعني كل هذه تقريبا هي مصادر المعلومات للانتليجنس. الهدف منها طبعا لما الربط مع عندك جيو سبيشال انفراستراكشر قوية جدا وتوفر مثل هذه البيانات، تستطيع من خلالها فعلا إنتاج تطبيقات مهمة جدا ومنتجات استخباراتية، سواء عن طريق كويب مابز أو لايرز أو 3D سينز أو حتى أبليكيشن، ومشاركتها مع الزملاء أو المسؤولين. طبعا هذه آخر شريحة قبل ما انتقل زميلي. هنا يوضح لي المسار كامل. بالتحت نبدأ من البيانات. عادة عندنا البيانات إذا عندنا بايثون أو API المقصود فيها البروسيسنج للبيانات. الجيو ايفنت سيرفر هذا كل هذه مصادر للبيانات ترفع للبلاتفورم، الازري بلاتفورم. وبعد ذلك هنا السورس ماتيريال جيو سبيشال انفراستراكشر مع البيانات. بعدها ننطلق الخطوة الثانية اللي هي بناء الويب ماب، ومنها ننتج تطبيقات، داشبورد، موبايل اب، تمبلت، ويب ابس. كل هذه لو لاحظتوا الشرط الاساسي للوصول للنقطة دي هو الانفراستراكشر والبيانات المناسبة. هذه عنصرين مهمات جدا وللوصول الى المنطقة دي. بالنهاية نصل لليوزر نيد، نؤدي الجيو سبيشال اويرنس والفيلد موبيليتي، التواصل مع الناس كلهم في الفيلد عن طريق توفير مثل هذه المختلفات، سواء وهذه تو ويز، يعني طريقة تواصل مزدوجة، يعني تزودهم بالبيانات وأيضا ممكن جمع البيانات من الفيلد وإضافتها للفيلد. يعني هذه بلمحة موجزة أنا أعطيتكم تقريبا رؤية عالية جدا لقضية الانتليجنس، والموضوع كبير جدا ويحتاج تخصص كبير. تفضل. أي تفضل.
ممكن أسئلة في الآخر.
لا خلي أنا محطين وقت بالأخير للأسئلة إذا سمحت. خلاص هذا بالنسبة عموما، وإذا في أي سؤال بنهاية إن شاء الله نخليها. الآن ننتقل لزميلي إسلام في
صباح الخير. أنا إسلام رزق. إن شاء الله هنكمل على كلام الجزء الأول من المحاضرة، إن إحنا اتكلمنا على أهمية البيانات ومدى تنوع البيانات في مجال الأمني أو في مجال الدفاع. في مجال الدفاع عندنا بيكون أنواع كتيرة جدا من البيانات، والبيانات واتخاذ القرار بشكل سريع وبشكل فعال هو أهم حاجة في مرحلة اتخاذ القرار في مجال الدفاع بالذات، لأن الوقت بيفرق جدا في عمليات التأمين أو في العمليات الأمنية. من ضمن الحلول اللي موجوده اللي لسه جديده في شركه ازري، البرامج من البرمجيات الجديده اللي نزلت في شركه ازري، هو الارك جي اس اول سورس. الارك جي اس اول سورس هو برنامج جديد، هو نسخه محدثه من برنامج الارك جي اس برو بس مختص بالعمليات الامنيه. ميزه برنامج الاول سورس من الاسم بتاعه ان هو بيجمع جميع انواع الاكستنشنز اللي موجوده في برنامج الارك جي اس بشكل عام، موجوده في مكان واحد، موجوده في برنامج واحد، بيعرف بشكل كبير يقدر يقرا جميع انواع البيانات اللي ممكن تكون متوفره. زي ما دكتور فهد عرض، احنا عندنا في مجال الانتليجنس بيبقى فيه انواع كثيره من البيانات، سواء كانت مفتوحه المصدر، صور فضائيه، داتا راديو، داتا اقمار صناعيه، ففي مصادر كثيره جدا من البيانات. مش انا كحد بتخذ القرار مش هعرف انقل ما بين اكتر من برنامج عشان كل برنامج يقرا المصدر البيانات المخصوص ليه. فبدا يظهر ان الاحتياج ان احنا نقرا كل انواع البيانات دي في مكان واحد. كان الارك جي اس اول سورس هو التول اللي بدات تنشئها ازري، هو نسخه محدثه من الارك جي اس برو زي ما قلنا، بيقدر يتيح ان احنا نستخدم كل انواع البيانات في مكان واحد. واضاف لي كمان ميزه جديده من التحليلات زي ما هنتكلم في المحاضره بعد كده، هي الموفمنت اناليسيز، ان انا ممكن احلل كمان حركه الناس في الشارع او في المكان. النولج اناليسيز، ان انا اربط بيانات ما لهاش علاقه بالمكان، هي بيانات وصفيه او بيانات ليها علاقه ببيانات انتيتيز، او اربط بشكل مختلف عن شكل الجداول اللي هي الصفوف والاعمده، وده هنشوفه مع بعض خلال السيشن. فزي ما قلنا الارك جي اس اول سورس هو نفس الواجهه بتاعت الارك جي اس برو، او نفس الفكره بتاعت الارك جي اس برو، بس بدا نشيل منه شويه حاجات من الحاجات اللي هي ملهاش علاقه بالمجال الامني، وبقى ليه مسار خاص بيه هو في مرحله التعديل او مرحله الابديتس او في مرحله السبورت. حتى التيم بتاع السبورت في ازري هو تيم مخصوص بالديفنس او بالانتليجنس عشان خاطر ينزل له ابديتس مختلفه عن الارك جي اس برو. فهو برنامج مخصوص لاي مؤسسه او لاي جهه تدعم او عايزه توصل لمجال التامين او في المجال الامني، سواء كان الجهات الامنيه، سواء كان الدفاع، سواء كانت الشرطه او الجيش. كل دول بيبتدوا ممكن يستخدموا الارك جي اس اول سورس عشان يبتدوا يستخدموا البيانات بتاعتهم. اهم مميزات الارك جي اس اول سورس هو الداتا انتجريشن. زي ما قلنا ده اهم ميزه، ان انا بعرف اقرا اكتر من نوع من انواع البيانات في مكان واحد، وده بيساعدني في اتخاذ القرار. المالتي دايمنشنال فيجواليزيشن، المالتي دايمنشنال فيجواليزيشن ده بيساعدني في اتخاذ القرار. احنا متعودين دايما على ال2 دي فيجواليزيشن او ال3 دي فيجواليزيشن. كمان الاول سورس بيدخل معايا حاجه اسمها التايم فيجواليزيشن، ان انا كمان محتاج اعرف الوقت حصل امتى، وده اشوفه بعيني على الخريطه، ما اقدرش، مش عايز اشوفه في جدول او اشوفه في رسم بياني، انا عايز اشوفه على الخريطه. الادفانسد اناليسيس زي ما قلنا، بما اننا عندنا الاكستنشنز كلها والحاجات كلها موجوده، فبقى في اوبشنز جديده زي الموفمنت اناليسيس، وهنشوف دي بتساعدني ازاي في ان انا اتخذ القرار. الانتليجنس برودكشن زي بالظبط اللي هو لو انا بطلع خرائط ليها امثله معينه او ليها تمبلت معينه في الانتليجنس، زي مثلا لو بنطلع كارت وصف مثلا للمشتبه فيهم، او كارت وصف للموظفين، او دي حاجه بيبقى ليها علاقه بالمجال الامني، فبيبقى ليه في ريبورت معين بيطلع، الارك جي اس اول سورس كيبل ان هو يطلع لي الريبورتس دي. كمان اللينك اناليسيز والنولج اناليسيز بقى فيه موجود داخل الارك جي اس اول سورس، وكل الكلام ده هنشوفه بديموز قدام شويه. فزي ما قلنا اول حاجه من الحاجات المهمه او اللي بتميز الارك جي اس اول سورس هو المالتي دايمنشنال فيجواليزيشن. زي ما احنا شايفين في الصوره هنا، انا ممكن ابقى شايف الحاجه 2 دي، بس لما ابتدي ادخل ال 3 دي معاها كمان الوقت او الزمن بحاجه اسمها الكيوب اناليسيز او الكيوب فيجواليزيشن، ببتدي اشوف الكلام ده عن طريق الشهور او عن طريق الايام او عن طريق الساعات. ده بيديني بعد تاني في الاظهار. كمان التايم لاينز دي حاجه جديده موجوده في الاور سورس، مش موجوده في الارك جي اس برو. التايم لاين ان انا ببتدي اقسم الحاجه اللي حصلت عندي بوقتها او بتاريخها، وبيبقى سهل في الفيجواليزيشن عندي. واللينك والتشارت اناليسيز اللي احنا هنشوفهم مع بعض. الادفانسد اناليسيز اللي موجوده، ان انا بما ان الارك جي اس اول سورس في كل الاكستنشنز، فانا ممكن اربطه بالفيديو سيرفر، ممكن اتابع العمليات اللي بتحصل في الفيلد من خلال خريطه بشوف الموفمنت، وكمان ابقى بعمل انتجريشن مع فيديو او مع صوره او مع حاجه بتجيب لي لايف فيدز قدامي وانا قاعد بتخذ القرار شايفها. زي ما قلنا التايم لاين زي ما احنا شايفين هنا، انا ممكن اوزع مثلا لو عندي كرايم حصل او في احداث حصلت في مكان معين، ببتدي اشوفها على الخريطه ك2 دي، ابتدي اربطها بالمشتبه فيهم او الزمن اللي حصلت فيه مع التصنيفات المختلفه في التايم لاين، وده بيديني بعد تاني ان انا اخد القرار بشكل سريع. ايه الفرق بين الارك جي اس برو او الارك جي اس اول سورس؟ زي ما قلنا هما الاثنين نفس الواجهه بنفس اليوزر اكسبيرينس، بس الداتا انتجريشن والفيجواليزيشن والاناليسيس بيشتركوا فيهم. بس طبعا الارك جي اس برو هو للجي اس مستخدمين الجي اس بشكل عام، لكن الاول سورس هو كروس فانكشنال. انت لازم تكون عندك حاجه بتطلع اناليسيس امني او بتطلع حاجه في الدفاع عشان خاطر تطلع انتليجنس ابلكيشن. بجمع كل ده مع بعضه في مكان واحد زي ما قلنا الاول سورس، سواء ايا كان نوع البيانات، سواء كانت سبيشال داتا انستراكشر داتا، كمان بيقدر يعرف لو انا عندي بيانات في ملف وورد او ملف بي دي اف، عنوان او بوينتس او اي حاجه وهي موجوده في وورد، بيعرف ياخد الوورد ده ويحطه على طول في الارك جي اس اول سورس ويطلع لي الاماكن على الخريطه. ولو في ستراكشر داتا طبعا الايمجري، الموشن ايمجري او ال 3 دي داتا، كل ده جوه الارك جي اس اول سورس بحطه في الارك جي اس اول سورس، بيقدر يقرا الكلام ده، بيوريهولي على مالتي دايمنشنال، بيربط جميع انواع البيانات مع بعض وبيطلع لي عشان ابتدي اتخذ القرار واطلع انواع مختلفه من البيانات، سواء كانت سبيشال اناليسيز، تمبورال اناليسيز او لينك اناليسيز. ده مثال من الامثله اللي احنا بنتكلم عليها ازاي استخدمنا الارك جي اس اول سورس. هو داخل كان قبل كده كان الارك جي اس انتليجنس جوه الارك جي اس برو، بس هو دلوقتي طلع بقى في برودكت لوحده. فهنا احنا بنستخدم عندنا مجموعه من الكرايمز اللي حصلت في وقت معين في منطقه معينه. لو انا عندي الخريطه از 2 دي، لو انا بشوفها 2 دي ببتدي اشوف متوزع على الخريطه، ممكن اعمل كليك الاوامر الطبيعيه اللي موجوده في الارك جي اس، ان انا ابتدي اشوف البيانات بتاعه الجريمه اللي حصلت دي حصلت امتى، نوعها والحاجات المختلفه او الميتا داتا المختلفه للكرايم دي. لكن انا عايز اشوف حاجه بشكل ادق، فببتدي اعمل التحليلات المختلفه للجي اس اللي هي زي السيمبولوجي، وان انا اصنفها بانواع الجريمه او اعمل هوت سبوت عشان اشوف الجرايم حصلت امتى. بس اللي بيزوده لي بقى المالتي دايمنشنال فيجواليزيشن هو ان انا بدخل معايا التايم، فانا ممكن احول الفيجواليزيشن بتاعتي لكيوب اناليسيس بالشكل ده، ان انا ابتدي احول الاظهار بتاعي، ان انا ابتدي اشوف بدل ما انا عندي الكرايم حصلت اكتر من مره في اكتر من وقت، ابتدي اوزعها على حسب الشهور. فابتدي من خلال الشكل اشوف لو الجريمه طالعه معايا لحد فوق يبقى دي بتحصل بشكل دوري، لو بدات في حته معينه فوق يبقى دي حصلت مؤخرا، لو بدات تحت واختفت يبقى دي كانت بتحصل واختفت. فالتوزيع على المالتي دايمنشنال ده بيديني من الرؤيه كده، يعني مثلا المكان هنا من الرؤيه كده عرفت ان مثلا المنطقه دي الجريمه بتحصل فيها على مدار السنه، بس المنطقه هنا الجريمه كانت بتحصل فيها ووقفت. اماكن تانية ما كانش فيها جريمه في الاول وبدات تحصل جريمه. على حسب اللي انا شايفه ده ببتدي اتخذ القرار، طب هي الجريمه بتحصل على طول السنه، محتاج ان انا اتخذ قرار بتوزيع مثلا قطاعات امنيه، لو كانتش بتحصل وبدات تحصل يبقى في مشكله حصلت، في حاجه حصلت جديد في المنطقه دي. فالمالتي دايمنشنال فيجواليزيشن بيساعدني ان انا من خلال الرؤيه بس ابتدي افهم ايه اللي بيحصل عندي في المكان. حاجه من الحاجات برضو اللي بتساعدني فيها الفيجواليزيشن في الارك جي اس اول سورس هو حاجه معقده مثلا زي توزيع الكتائب في الجيش. توزيع الكتائب في الجيش هي حاجه معقده جدا، لان الجيش مثلا بيتكون من قوات مختلفه وفئات مختلفه وجواها كتائب والويه ومشاة وفي دفاع جوي. ففي حاجه زي الارك جي اس اول سورس لو انا وزعتهم على الخريطه كده، دي ممكن تكون حاجه مش عارفين او ان احنا مش قادرين نفهم مين تبع ايه او مين تبع قطاع ايه. فمجرد ان انا ابص عليها على الخريطه كده تمام ممكن تديني اوبشن ان انا موزعهم، بس انا عايز اعرف الهيراركي ماشي ازاي، من خلال ان انا يكون عندي التيبل، ان انا عندي الهيراركي بتاع الحاجه دي، ان هي كل قطاع او كل كتيبه تبع لمين او كل انتيتي تبع لايه. ممكن في الاخر ان انا بحركه بسيطه جدا من خلال الارك جي اس اول سورس ان انا بوصل لللينك اناليسيس. ده اللينك اناليسيس انا ببتدي احط الحاجه مش في تيبل، انا عايز احطها از ان انتيتي بيقدر تتعامل مع الرو اللي موجود في التيبل ده انتيتي واربطه بانتيتيز مختلفه. فابتدي احط الانتيتيز المختلفه، وزعت الكتابات او الالويه اللي موجوده عندي في الموقع بدا يوزعهم لي موجودين، وابدا اقول له اربط لي الكلام ده ببعضه عن طريق الهيراركي اللي انت موجود في الداتابيز. فانا ببتدي، انا معلش هجري شويه عشان الوقت. فانا من مجرد ان انا عملت تحليل ان انت عامل لي ريليشن شيب بتوين الانتيتيز من خلال الهيراركي، بدا يوزعهم لي ويقول لي ده مركز القياده، ومركز القياده تحتيه الويه، والالويه تحتيها كتايب، والكتايب تحتيها فرق. بدا يوزعهم لي بالشكل ده. من خلال ضغطه بسيطه في الفيجواليزيشن بدات اعرف فين العنصر الهام اللي انا مثلا محتاج ان انا امنه هو اول عنصر فوق. ده لازم لو انا مكانه موقعه موجود لازم ده يتامن بشكل قوي. وكمان اعرف اربط اللينك تشارت بالفيجواليزيشن بتاعي بالخريطه 2 دي. فانا لو انا اخترت مكان معين في الهيراركي اللي هو مثلا الجزء ده، فانا عايز ان انا اشوف ده تابع لمين او مين اللي تحتيه، بختاره من اللينك اناليسز واقول له اربط لي على الكلام ده في الخريطه. وانس ان انا اخترته في اللينك اناليسيس بيوريه لي في الخريطه موجود فين. ممكن كمان اعمل ابلاي اقول له اربط لي الكلام ده في الخريطه. انا هنا شفتهم موجودين بس انا عايز اشوفهم مربوطين ببعض ازاي، والحاجات اللي ليها علاقه ببعض يربطها لي. فمجرد ان انا اقول له لينك الاناليسيس ده يبتدي يوزع لي الكلام ده على الخريطه. ده مثال عن حاجه معقده زي توزيع الالويه، بس ده ممكن يحصل لاي حاجه فيها هيراركي عندنا في البيانات. تاني حاجه عايز اتكلم عليها في الاناليسيز هي الموفمنت اناليسيز. والموفمنت اناليسيز هي من الحاجات القويه جدا اللي الارك جي اس اول سورس بيضيفها لي، وبتديني بعد تاني او بعد ثالث او رابع كمان من الافكار او من التربيطات اللي انا ممكن ما اكونش واخد بالي منها. وان انا ببتدي اعرف من خلال الموفمنت اناليسيز انت مثلا ممكن تكون ماشي مع مين. لو في اتنين ماشيين مع بعض في مجال صغير لفتره زمنيه معينه كبيره، يبقى دول اكيد كانوا ماشيين مع بعض. او ابتدي اطلع الناس دي قابلت بعض فين بالظبط، فين الاماكن اللي هم اتقابلوا فيها. او ابتدي اقارن لو في مثلا منطقتين مشتبه فيهم، ابتدي اقارن مين دخل المنطقه دي او خرج من المنطقه دي. او ان انا كمان اعمل كلاسيفيكيشن للموفمنت، هل كان ماشي على رجله، هل كان راكب عربيه، او كان بيعمل ايه. فالموفمنت اناليسيس بتساعدني بشكل كبير ان انا اظهر بيانات ما كانتش او اظهر حاجه ما كانتش موجوده. والموفمنت اناليسيس دي ممكن تيجي من اشياء مختلفه، زي ان انا من حركات الموبايل، لو عندي سي تي في او كاميرات بتبتدي تراقب، ممكن كمان اجيب الديتكشن. لو عندي مكالمات او عندي اي نوع من انواع الحاجات اللي بتجيب لي الموفمنت دي، ممكن اخد الداتا دي واحطها جوه الارك جي اس وابتدي اطلع حاجه زي اللي انا هم ماشيين مع بعض. فانا هنا لو عندي شخص واشخاص ماشيه مع بعض، فابتدي اشوف الناس دي اتحركت ازاي، ومن خلال الحركه دي ممكن كمان اعرف هل هم اتقابلوا في مكان معين او ما اتقابلوش في مكان معين. من خلال الحركه الجي اي اس عنده، وده قايم على السبارك داتابيز لو انتوا لو حد يسمع عنها، او الجيو اناليتيكال سيرفر، بدا يحصل له كومباين داخل الارك جي اس اول سورس. فممكن من خلاله يعني اطلع بعض التحليلات زي الفايند الكو ترافلرز، مين كان ماشي مع مين. لو في شخصين ماشيين في مجال زي ما قلنا مجال ضيق او في وقت معين، دول كانوا اكيد ماشيين مع بعض. فانا ببتدي احدد له هم مثلا عايز في نطاق 10 متر 11 متر، او بحدد انا المكان اللي بيمشوا فيه، بيبتدي يطلع لي هم ماشيين مع بعض. او الميتنجز اريا، هم اتقابلوا فين، اكتر اماكن حصل فيها لقاءات مثلا، فممكن يبقى فيها مشتبه فيهم او في عمليات التحليل بتاعتي. فلو في مثلا اشخاص جايين من اماكن معينه ووقفوا في وقت معين، فضلوا واقفين فتره، كمان بيطلع لي امتى بدا الميتنج، امتى انتهى، والوقت بتاعه قد ايه. فدي تحليله من التحليلات اللي عايزين نشوفها بشكل اوسع. دي داتا للستاف بتاع ازري، دي مش داتا حقيقيه، دي داتا بتاعت الستاف بتاع ازري ساعه مؤتمر او حاجه كانت بتحصل في اليو سي بس في امريكا. ودي اختلاف الحاجات الالوان دي موظفين مختلفين. وكان عشان خاطر نجرب الارك جي اس موفمنت اناليسيز، بدانا نعمل الحاجه دي، حطيناها وبدانا نعمل الاناليسيز المختلفه للموفمنت عشان نطلع الناس كانت موجوده فين. من ضمن الحاجات اللي احنا ممكن نستخدمها في الموفمنت اناليسيز ان احنا نبتدي نختار اريا اوف انترست. ان انا عايز اقول مكان معين، مثلا المكان ده هطلع مكان معين، المكان ده عايز اعرف الناس اتحركت فيه او دخلت منين او خرجت منين. فانا هقول له سيلكت باي تراك اي دي، وابتدي احط الفيتشر اللي هي جايه لي، اللي هي حركه الناس، ببتدي احطها. عشان اسرع شويه، وابتدي اختار باليوزر، وابتدي اختار الاريا اوف انترست، ان انا عندي المكان ده مكان انا عايز اعرف الناس اللي وصلت للمكان ده كانت جايه منين او راحت فين وعدوا على المكان ده. ببتدي اعمل الاناليسيس ده وبقول له هل انا عايز المكان المشتبه فيه ده الناس دخلت كانت فين قبل ما تخش، ولا كانت فين بعد ما خرجت، او الاثنين مع بعض. فانا هنا بقول له انا عايز الناس اللي كانت موجوده قبل ما تخش المكان ده كانت جايه منين، وابتدي احط التايم بتاعي ان انا عايز التايم 15 دقيقه من مكان الحادث، وابتدي احدد المينتس بتاعتي واقول له ابلاي ان سكندز. بيبتدي يطلع لي ان المكان ده الناس كانت فين، جايه لي من الفندق، وجايه من مطعم معين هنا، وجايه من بيوت معينه هنا. فده حصل في مشكله حصلت هنا، عايز اعرف الناس كانت جايه منين، من ممكن اروح واعمل تامينات او اتحرك بشكل برو اكتيف على المشاكل اللي حصلت. حاجه تانية من التحليلات المختلفه اللي موجوده هي زي ما احنا شايفين ده الموفمنت اناليسيس تول بار، ان انا ممكن اعمل منه حاجات كتير زي الفايند كو ترافلر، كومبير اريا، او فايند ميتنج لوكيشن، وبرده الكلاسيفاي موفمنت ايفنتس لو انا عندي ايفنتس معينه بتحصل لو ماشيين او كده. فانا مثلا عايز دلوقتي اطلع تحليل اللي هو التحليل بتاعي هيكون هطلع تحليل جديد اللي هو الميتنج لوكيشنز. بطلع الميتنج لوكيشن زي ما احنا شايفين من تول بار، ببتدي احدد التراكس الفيتشرز الموجوده عندي، مجرد بس ان انا بحدد السيرش ديستانس والمينتس او المينتس اللي انا مهتم فيها. لو حد مثلا عمل ميتنج دقيقه او دقيقتين انا مش مهتم، انا عايز اعرف الناس اللي قعدت وقت اطول في الميتنجز ده. فابتدي احدد، طبعا ده بياخد وقت طويل، هنسكيب الفتره دي. وانس ان انا عملت، بدا زي ما احنا شايفين حط لي على الخريطه الميتنجز المختلفه، وبدا يحطها لي ان المكان الاحمر ده اكتر مكان حصل فيه ميتنجز، ده اكتر مكان فيه ناس حصلت. ولو فتحنا الاتريبيوت تيبل بتاع الداتا هبتدي الاقي ان هو حط لي الميتنج ديوريشنز، الوقت اللي حصل فيه قد ايه، وامتى بدا الميتنج، امتى اول الميتنج بدا، ده الوقت والتاريخ، وامتى انتهى الميتنج بتاعي. ببدا اشوف في الحاجات المختلفه اللي ظهرت برضو. من ضمن الحاجات اللي بيطلعها لي اليونيك اي ديز، الميتنج ده حصل فيه كام لقاء او كام شخص كان في الميتنجز. ففي ميتنجز مثلا كان فيها 6، وكان في ميتنجز فيها شخصين بس، والتوتال ميتنجز اللي حصلت جوه المكان ده. ففي اماكن حصل فيها 18 ميتنج، في اماكن حصل فيها 22 ميتنج. فانا من مجرد داتا حركه او داتا تليفونات او داتا مراقبه بدات اطلع حاجه ما كانش ممكن اشوفها من الداتا، هي الاماكن اللقاءات المختلفه اللي حصلت. برضو من ضمن الحاجات اللي بنستخدمها في الموفمنت اناليسيز هي الفريكوينت لوكيشنز. ممكن حصل ميتنجز في مكان معين وقفوا فتره كبيره، بس انا عايز اعرف اكتر الاماكن اللي بيحصل فيها تردد. من برضو من الموفمنت اناليسيز بدات اطلع الحاجات المختلفه، الحاجات الفريكوينت لوكيشنز بنفس السهوله. ببتدي احط الفيتشر وابتدي احدد السيرش ديستانس والتايم توليرنس بتاعي عشان يطلع لي تيبل في التوتال تايم حصل ميتنج قد ايه، والاماكن اللي حصل فيها ميتنج بشكل دقيق. ودي كانت من مميزات الموفمنت اناليسيس، انا بيطلع لي او بيوريني حاجات انا ما كنتش شايفها او ما كنتش واخد بالي منها. عشان اعمل ادفانسد او عشان اخاطر انهانس المميزات بتاعه الارك جي اس اول سورس، انا لحد دلوقتي شغالين على اللوكال او الارك جي اس اول سورس از ديسكتوب ابلكيشن. بس طبعا عشان استفيد من امكانيات الارك جي اس اول سورس محتاج ان انا ازوده بامكانيات الارك جي اس الانتربرايز. فالارك جي اس اول سورس هو زي الارك جي اس برو، يقدر يعمل كونكشن على الارك جي اس انتربرايز او ارك جي اس اونلاين عشان استفيد من الاكستنشنز المختلفه اللي موجوده عندي، زي الريل تايم اناليتكس، زي النوت بوك سيرفر، زي الهوستنج سيرفر العادي، ان انا ابتدي اعمل هوست واشير اكروس الاورجنايزيشن. الورك فلو مانجر اللي هو النسخه الاحدث من اللينك اناليسيز على الديسكتوب عندي، بس انا عايز اعمل الورك فلو ده يحصل على مستوى الانتربرايز، ابتدي استخدم في الاكستنشنز المختلفه. دي من ضمن اليوز كيسز اللي موجوده اللي استخدمنا فيها الورك او اللينك اناليسيز. وده بشكل، دي كانت قصه يعني، ده حاجه حصلت فعلا. حصل سرقه لبنوك، ل3 بنوك في منطقه شيكاغو. دي ال3 بنوك اللي حصل فيها السرقه. انا عندي 3 بنوك موجودين على الخريطه، والسرقه حصلت في نفس السنه في شهور مختلفه بس في زمن متقارب. دي البيانات بتاعه البنوك، واحنا باستخدام الارك جي اس نوليدج اناليسيز اللي هو اللي بيحول لي الحاجه الانتيتيز اللي هنشوفه دلوقتي. محتاج ان انا اعرف هل السرقه بتاعه الثلاث بنوك دي ليها علاقه ببعض ولا كل سرقه حصلت بشكل منفرد. لو بدانا نجيب السرقه وحطيناها على التايم لاين، زي ما بنقول احنا عندنا التايم لاين اناليسيز اللي هو بيساعدني ان انا احطه على تايم لاين. بدانا نشوف السرقه حصلت بشكل متقارب، فبدانا نعمل بفر حوالين البنك ونشوف هل في مكالمات حصلت خلال بفر معين من البنك، خلال حيز معين من البنك في مكالمات حصلت وقت السرقه، وممكن يكون السارقين كانوا بيتواصلوا مع بعض. فبدانا نحط البفر ده ومع داتا التليفونات بدانا نحطها عشان نكمبير الاريالز المختلفه اللي حصلت فيها الداتا دي، هل في تشابه او لا ما بين البفر ده. بدا يطلع لي الموفمنت اناليسيز، وبدا لقيت ان في اعداد بيحصل فيها ارقام واحد ما ظهرش غير مره مثلا في الثلاث سرقات، وفي حاجات ظهرت 9 مرات، في حاجات ظهرت 45 مره. فده بيبتدي يدي انديكيتور لا ان في ربط ما بين الثلاث سرقات مع بعض. وعشان نعرف ده بشكل اكبر بدانا نروح على اللينك اناليسيز، اللي انا عايز ابتدي اشوف كل رقم تليفون وابتدي اتابع الانتيتيز المختلفه وعلاقتهم ببعض. بدات احط على اللينك اناليسيز الثلاث بنوك، بدانا نحط الثلاث بنوك على اللينك اناليسيز زي ما احنا شايفين، وحواليه جميع انواع المكالمات اللي حصلت، وبدانا نشوف او نربط الانتيتيز ببعض من خلال ارقام التليفونات، واحط الكومبير ارياز اللي هي عدد المرات اللي حصل فيها البنك كومبير، ان انا عايز اطلع نفس التليفون اللي عمل مكالمه في نفس الثلاث اماكن في نفس الوقت، في نفس وقت السرقه. بدانا نطلع الكومبيرنج اريا، وبدانا نطلع ونقول له اناليسيز. لو بدانا نعمل كده هنبتدي نشوف الاكسبلور طلع لي ان كل بنك حواليه التليفونات اللي حصلت حواليه، بس في دول المجموعه المشتركه دي حصلت مكالمات في نفس وقت السرقه في الثلاث بنوك في نفس الوقت. فده يخلي في شك او في حاجه ان الناس دي مشتبه فيهم في الثلاث بنوك حصل نفس المكالمات ساعه وقت السرقه. فنبتدي ناخد المشتبه فيهم دول ونبتدي نطلع على الموفمنت اناليسيز عشان نبتدي نشوفهم بشكل على الموفمنت اناليسيز. هنا بدانا نحط التحركات بتاعه الثلاث تليفونات على الموفمنت اناليسيز، ونعمل الاناليسيز بتاع الموفمنت عشان خاطر اعرف اكتر الميتنجز لوكيشنز اللي ممكن الثلاث مكالمات دول او الثلاث اشخاص اللي فيهم اصحاب التليفونات دي اتحركوا فيها. طلع لي الاماكن اللي هم كانوا بيتحركوا فيها في المدينه قبل وقت السرقه. وهنلاحظ ان كل ما الدايره تكبر كان عدد الميتنجز لوكيشن بيزيد، وهنلاقي ان هو بيزيد حوالين البنوك وعلى طول الطريق لحد ما لقينا المكان اكتر مكان بيحصل فيه ميتنجز هي البيوت دي. هي دي البيوت المشتبه فيهم، ممكن يكونوا اماكن الاجتماع، اماكن اللقاء، او بيحصل فيها ترتيب للسرقه. فبدات عمليات المداهمه او عمليات التحري بشكل اكبر. فباستخدام الجي اي اس، ودي حاجه حقيقيه حصلت باستخدامنا فيها الارك جي اس اول سورس والنوليدج اناليسيز والموفمنت اناليسيز، بدانا نطلع المشتبه فيهم ونحصل على اجابه بشكل دقيق. برضو من ضمن العمليات او من ضمن المميزات اللي موجوده في الارك جي اس اول سورس هو السبورتنج اوبريشن ان ريل تايم. ساعات ببقى موجود في ناس موجوده عندي في الفيلد بيحصل عمليه مداهمه او بيحصل عمليه رصد او عمليه قبض على المشتبه فيهم، محتاج ان انا ابتدي اشوف ده بشكل سريع من خلال الانتجريشن مع الارك جي اس اول سورس والايمج اناليسيز والداتا المختلفه اللي بتطلع. انا ممكن اشوف حاجات ما كنتش قادر اشوفها وانا الداتا دي مختلفه بشكل كبير. فهنا في مكان ما في نيجيريا في انتشار لعصابه اسمها بوكو حرام تقريبا. دي بتحصل فيها عمليات نهب وسرقه بشكل كبير، وفي احداث بتحصل هنا، في احداث مسلحه، عمليات خطف، عمليات سرقه، دي منتشره على طول البلاد. فانا محتاج ان انا اشوف، لو نعرف من خلال رصد البيانات دي نعرف اماكن تواجدهم حالا، بحيث تنزل عناصر المداهمه وتبتدي تشوف المشاكل اللي بتحصل. نعمل عمليات الجي اي اس العاديه، بان هو بنعمل فلتر باي تايم او باي ديتس، وبنبتدي نشوف التتابع المختلف للبيانات دي. وبعد كده بنبتدي نشوف رصد العمليات اللي موجوده من خلال الووكي توكي او اجهزه التحدث. دي بتطلع داتا معينه باقمار صناعيه معينه، بنقدر نديتكت الداتا دي. طبعا ما بيجيبش لوكيشن مظبوط، هو بيجيب يعني بيقول ان انا ممكن العمليه دي حصلت في المكان ده، في تواصل حصل في المكان ده. فمن خلال الانتجريشن مع الداتا ونحطها على خريطه، نبتدي نطلع احدث الاماكن اللي هم كانوا موجودين فيها. فهنلاقي ان هم اكتر اماكن بيحصل فيها كوميونيكيشن هي المنطقه دي. والمنطقه دي لو عملنا عليها زوم ان هنلاقي ان هي عباره عن قريه، فواضح ان هم موجودين في القريه دي. القريه دي نبتدي نشوف صور مختلفه للقريه دي بتواريخ مختلفه، 2018 2017. بنلاحظ ان القريه كان فيها بيوت وكان فيها حياه، بس مع الوقت بدات الدنيا تختلف. ممكن تكون العصابه وصلت وبدات تهجر السكان او بدات تنهب او تسرق القريه دي. فمع اختلاف الازمنه بنلاقي ان القريه البيوت بدات تختفي، او ما بقاش في مظاهر للبيوت في القريه. فبدا يبقى في اشتباه ان في فعلا تمركز او في حاجه موجوده في القريه دي، في عمليات سرقه او عمليات نهب بتحصل في القريه دي. باستخدام الارك جي اس اول سورس والانتجريشن مع الداتا، بدات يحصل زي تحديد نطاق من خلال الانتجريشن مع الداتا اللي بتحصل من خلال الووكي توكي. ده النطاق اللي ممكن تكون العناصر موجوده فيه. بدانا نحدد النطاق، وبدا ينزل عناصر التامين، ان دي القريه بدات تحط على الجي اس طبعا اماكن الدخول والخروج والتامين. وبدات تتقسم العمليه العسكريه من خلال طبعا العمليات المختلفه للارك جي اس لقطاعات ونطاقات يحصل فيها التفتيش او المداهمه. مع الانتجريشن مع ال 3 دي بدانا هنا نشوف، لو انا بشوف هداهم القريه دي ازاي، ببتدي اشوف الموقع ك 3 دي، بشوف الجبال اللي حواليها هحط عنصر امني فين، او هبتدي احط عناصر المراقبه فين. فابتدي اشوف التضاريس بتاعه المكان. عايز اكتر مكان هعرف ابقى كاشف فيه القريه، عشان لو خاطر هعمل تامين او تامين العناصر بتاعتي. فابتدي اشوف لو انا حطيت العنصرين هنا ايه الفيو بتاعهم، او هبتدي يشوفوا ايه الحاجات اللي هتتشاف والحاجات اللي مش هتتشاف. لقيت ان ده افضل اماكن، لان انا من خلال العنصرين دول معظم القريه باللون الاخضر هعرف ابتدي اشوف القريه دي موجوده ازاي. ابتدي انزل بقى العناصر بتاعتي وانتجريت مع الفيديو سيرفر او الناس اللي نازله في الموقع. فانا هنا دلوقتي شايف دي، بدات اشوف بدرون او بصوره بكاميرا او بطياره طايره شايفه الوضع الحالي. هبتدي اراقب الطريق، هبتدي ارصد سياره ماشيه في الطريق. بدانا نرصد السياره. بقى في دي العنصر اللي موجود في الطريق اللي داخل على القريه، نبتدي نرصده من خلال الدرون او من خلال القمر الصناعي. وفي نفس الوقت انا شايف الكاميرا وهي بتوريني لايف فيد، وشايف ده على الخريطه، شايف هو بيتحرك داخل او خارج من القريه موجود فين. فاقدر بكل سهوله انسق مع العناصر بتاعتي، اقول له استعد او داهم المنطقه او اعمل اي اكشن من الاكشنز اللي انا محتاجها في الاوبريشنز. وده من المميزات اللي بتساعدني في الارك جي اس، ان انا بجمع كل الداتا، بجمع الصوره كلها في مكان واحد عشان اشوف اوبن او كومن بيكتشر، او يبقى عندي سنجل سورس اوف تروث اعرف اخد منه قرار واعرف امبلمنت او تيك اكشن بيبقى بشكل سليم وبشكل فعال. شكرا ليكم. ده كان السيشن عن السكيورتي اوبريشن. معانا 10 دقائق اسئله لو في اي اسئله. في سؤال.
السلام عليكم ورحمة
عليكم
الله.
السلام.
بدي أسأل عن البريدكتيف أناليسيز.
المايك مش مفتوح. تمام، اتفضل.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
بدي أسأل عن البريدكتيف أناليسيز إذا سمحت. بريدكتيف
سامعين حاجة؟
أناليسيز.
ممكن نقرب؟ الصوت مش طالع.
بدي أسأل عن البريدكتيف أناليسيز إذا سمحت. بريدكتيف أناليسيز كاتيجوريز، في تايم أناليسيز، في بريدكتيف أناليسيز.
بريدكتيف اناليسيز ان
بس
احنا
بالعرض ما شفنا شيء عن البريدكتيف أناليسيز. إذا
البريدكتيف اناليسيز زي ما احنا بنتابع، انت حضرتك عندك داتا او عندك الداتا بتاعتك، بتبتدي تحط التصور. يعني مثلا حاجه زي اخر ديمو شفناه، احنا حاطين المداهمه بتاعت القريه او العناصر هتكون واقفه فين. فانت حضرتك ممكن تسيميوليت قبل ما تنزل العناصر بتاعتك بشكل على الارض، تبتدي تسيميوليت لو هم هيقفوا فين، هيبتدوا يامنوا منين، اللي هيحصل ايه اللي ممكن يحصل لو وقفنا هنا او لو عملنا مداهمه من هنا. فانت عند حضرتك خريطه وعند حضرتك الداتا اللي موجوده، تبتدي تعمل عليها الاناليسيس بتاعك زي ما حضرتك بتبقى محتاج. فالجي اس بيوفر لك زي سيميوليشن قبل ما العناصر تكون موجوده في الموقع.
عندي اضافه لو سمحت. بالنسبه بريدكتيف اناليسيز، ممكن هذه اذا تقصد فيها الستاتستيكال اناليسيز اللي هو التعرف، جزء من الريجريشن اناليسيز اللي يصير دراسه الهيستوري، الاحداث السابقه، ونقدر نتوقع مكان الجريمه الموست بوتنشال. عاده تستخدم هذه، لها تطبيقات والليمتد سكسس يعني، بس انها ممكنه سواء بالتولز المتاحه في الارك جي اس او اذا في تولز جديده نزلت باستخدام البايثون اي بي اي. شكرا. في سؤال ثاني؟
يعطيك العافية دكتور. أنا عندي سؤال بالنسبة للأول سورس. اللي عارفينه بالارك جي اس انه عادي فيه اي بي اي وانه يتوصل مع كل شيء، بس الاول سورس هو جديد زي ما ذكرتوا. هل في امكانية انه يكون انتجريتد مع سوفت وير ثاني عن طريق الاي بي اي او اي شيء ثاني؟
الاول سورس هو ديسكتوب ابلكيشن. الديسكتوب ابلكيشن بيبقى ليه اس دي كيز، فالاس دي كيز بتاعت الارك جي اس هو قايم بالاساس على الارك جي اس برو اس دي كيز. الاس دي كيز موجوده وحضرتك ممكن تستخدمها بشكل دوري، وممكن تربطها باي ابلكيشن حضرتك عايزه.
يعطيك العافيه.
العفو.
سؤال؟ في سؤال هنا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
عليكم السلام.
يعطيكم العافية. بغيت أسأل، الاركس او سورس اللي يعرف انه يرتبط بالانتربرايز هذا شيء طبيعي، لكن لو المنظمة عندها منظومة أخرى مثل أبولو مثلا أو غيره، هل ممكن يدعم أو يصير انتجريت بينهم؟
يعني هو بالاساس ارك جي اس اول سورس هو من ضمن برمجيات الارك جي اس اللي لازم عشان حضرتك تربطه مع الارك جي اس انتربرايز. لو عندك حضرتك سيستم تاني ممكن يحصل انتجريشن، بس مش هيبقى دايركت انتجريشن، هيبقى هيحصل كاستم انتجريشن.
يعطيك العافية.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
ازيك يا سليمان؟
ازيك يا باشا؟
شكرا على البرزنتيشن.
شكرا.
عندي سؤال بس، الارك جي اس اول سورس هو only for intelligence, public safety, homeland security sectors only؟
لا، هو يعني هو الماركتنج ليه كده، بس طبعا لو اي حد بيأمن المنشأة بتاعته او لو عايز يستخدم الفيتشرز اللي موجودة جواه بشكل ديديكيتد ليه هو كأي مؤسسة ممكن يستخدمه عادي.
يعني اي مثلا هيئة او مؤسسة عندها اون جراوند لوجيستكس مثلا، لاست مايل تيم، اي حد في الفيلد، هل يقدر يستخدم الفيتشرز الموجودة في الارك جي اس اول سورس؟
ممكن يستخدمها بشكل اساسي.
شكرا.
شكرا حضرتك طبعا على البرزنتيشن. كنت عايز اسال بس، هو الاول سورس ممكن يكون في انتجريشن ما بينه وبين الارك جي اس اندورز بالنسبه لكاميرات المراقبه وتحرك الناس جوه الفاسيلتي؟ بقول لحضرتك ممكن يكون في انتجريشن بين الاول سورس والارك جي اس اندورز بحيث تحرك الناس مثلا جوه الفاسيلتي او الكاميرات المراقبه، من حيث مثلا مراقبه بنك او مستشفى، اسم شرطه كده؟
احنا ما ركزناش بشكل اساسي على الحاجات الطبيعيه اللي موجوده جوه الارك جي اس اول سورس. هو اعتبره كوبي من الارك جي اس برو، وزودنا عليه شويه حاجات زي الموفمنت اناليسيز واللينك تشارت والحاجات دي. بس الحاجات الاساسيه زي الارك جي اس اندورز والحاجات اللي كانت موجوده في الارك جي اس برو موجوده برضو جوه الارك جي اس اندورز، جوه الارك جي اس اول سورس.
بس تمام، شكرا حضرتك جدا.
اه
طيب لو سمحتوا بس بالاخير ليت تسووا لنا تقييم للمحاضره، اذا هي سيشن مفيده غير مفيده او توجيهات. الله يعطيكم العافيه، شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا.
صباح الخير عليكم جميعا. الصوت الأول واضح؟ الصوت واضح ولا مش واضح؟ طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سامعيني كده كويس؟ الصوت واضح يا جماعة ورا ولا الصوت اللي هنا مغطي على صوتي؟ صباح الخير. اوضح طيب كده؟ انا هحاول اعلي صوتي شويه. سامعيني يا جماعه ورا كله تمام؟ طيب صباح الخير والسلام عليكم جميعا، وبنشكركم على حضوركم النهارده البرزنتيشن بتاعتنا، يعني our presentation today is about organizational and data governance. Just a quick introduction about myself and my colleague. I'm Khalid Shazli. I'm the technical director of Esri Saudi Arabia. I've been with Esri family for more than 26 years. I've joined Esri Saudi Arabia 5 years ago. Originally, I had a degree in electronics and communication engineering from Cairo University and an MBA from Leicester University. I've joined with me today my colleague Sharif Osama. Sharif, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharif Osama, GIS consultant and technical director at Esri Saudi Arabia. I have plus 20 years experience in GIS projects. في صوت سامعين؟ كده أحسن طيب؟ كده أحسن؟ Okay. I have 20 years experience in GIS projects and Esri technology, and I hope you enjoy today's session. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharif. But our agenda today will start by giving like a quick overview about geospatial strategy. And geospatial strategy is a process. Geospatial strategy is a process, and actually in the last user conference we delivered a dedicated session about geospatial strategy. So here we'll just give like an overview about geospatial strategy in order to set the context how geospatial strategy is related to data governance or geospatial governance. This is our first point, an overview about geospatial strategy, and then we'll focus more on governance overview. We'll discuss why we are implementing a governance program, what the benefits that we will receive upon implementing a governance program. We'll give some examples of governance policies and governance processes, how to implement those policies as part of a governance program. And then we will highlight the difference between governance and management, because many people are confusing or are mixing between the two concepts. What exactly is the difference between governance and management practices? In the next part of the presentation, we'll focus on data governance, and data governance will share with you several foundational principles about data governance, and then we will identify what are the key components that construct a governance program. In the next section, we will focus about the implementation part. And in this part, my colleague Sharif will be focusing on how the ArcGIS system is used to implement a governance program. We'll focus more into practice, how to use the ArcGIS system to implement a governance program. And the final part of the presentation today will be focusing on creating a roadmap. if we are in an organization and we start to implement a governance program, what are the different activities that we should start with in order to implement a successful governance program? Let's begin. The first section, as we mentioned, that will give an overview about geospatial strategy. Geospatial strategy is a business-oriented plan. It's a plan that any organization can apply or can create in order to make sure that the GIS within the organization is implemented in an effective way and is aligned with the organization's strategy and goals and so on. It's a plan. The main focus of this plan is to ensure the effective use of GIS technology within the organization. Geospatial strategy, as we mentioned, is a process that starts with the understand phase. And during the understand phase, we try to understand the existing infrastructure, the existing business, the existing processes within the organization, and to understand as well the strategic objective of the organization, and to try to identify the gap between the existing operation, the existing organization structure, the existing processes, and try to put like headlines how the organization will move from the existing status or the existing state to a future state or a future architecture, a business architecture, as we name it. And here, this is where the plan phase starts. The plan phase based on our understanding of the existing strategy, the existing architecture, and so on, and our understanding of the business architecture, the target architecture, we put a plan to move the organization from its existing state to a future state or a future business architecture. And then start the act phase. The act phase is the actual steps that any organization needs in order to move from a current state to a future state. And during the act phase, we keep monitoring the progress of the implementation phase to make sure that all the activities on ground are matching with the strategic objectives of the organization. And we revisit our plan and we fine-tune our understanding of the current state. We refine the plan and we act. It's a process, as we can see. It's a process that starts with understanding, planning, implementation, and revisit this implementation in order to make sure that we are aligned with the strategic objective. This is an overview about a geospatial strategy. And when we implement a geospatial strategy, we have three main components are part of the focus of our implementation of a geospatial strategy. The three main components that we are focusing on during this exercise is process, people, and technology. And during, for example, our understand phase, we try to understand all the different processes within the organization. We try to engage with all people, with all stakeholders within the organization to identify any learning gaps or any training required. And definitely, we analyze and understand the existing technology that's implemented within the organization, and as well, what will be the target technology or the target architecture in order to be aligned with the strategic objective of the organization. So those are the three main components that we focus on during the geospatial strategy process. The geospatial strategy process has five main pillars. The first pillar is the business pillar, where we interact with the different stakeholders. We try to understand the business processes, and we try to align with the different strategic objectives of the organization. And we have the governance pillar, which will be our focus today. And we have the system pillar. System pillar, we are talking about the different implementation of the information technology within the organization. We try to identify what are the databases within the organization, the different applications, and so on, as part of the system pillar. And we have the engagement pillar. This is the fourth pillar that we are focusing on during a geospatial strategy, that we are discussing what is the communication between the different stakeholders and how the different business users within the organizations are engaged within the geospatial strategy. And the fifth pillar, or the final pillar, is the capacity pillar, where we, when we understand the existing status of the organization, we try to identify the gap in the different end users in order to build a knowledge transfer or a capacity planning plan to fill any gaps when it comes to business or technology or any gaps within the organization, to help the organization move from the current state to the future state. Those are the five main pillars that we are focusing on during a geospatial strategy exercise. And this is one of the outputs of a geospatial strategy. And definitely, when we implement a geospatial strategy for an organization, there are several documentation that came out of this geospatial strategy, like requirement documentation, data flow documentation, and so on. But this is what we call a one-page canvas. And one-page canvas is a summary about a geospatial strategy that gather all the information about the geospatial strategy exercise, from the vision of the organization, the strategy, the different goals of the organization, and how the different initiatives that we will come up with, like what exactly we will focus on during year one of the implementation of a geospatial strategy. What are the main applications? What are the main systems that we need to introduce or to include as part of the implementation? What will be in year two? What will be in year three? This is a comprehensive overview about a geospatial strategy outcome that could help stakeholders or decision makers within the organization to understand how a geospatial strategy would be implemented within the organization. If we remember, during our previous slide, we mentioned about the main 5 pillars of a geospatial strategy, and one very critical and important pillar of a geospatial strategy is the governance pillar. And this will be our focus of today's presentation. For all the previous slides are just to set the context about what exactly geospatial governance in the context of a broader activity that usually we do across the organization, which is the geospatial strategy. Governance is one of the very important pillars of a geospatial strategy, and it will be our focus today. We'll start with giving like an overview about governance. This is a very essential question. Actually, we need to ask why actually we implement a governance program. Those are like different key benefits about the benefits that we will have upon implementing a governance program. Building trust. When you have a governance program, that you ensure that your data is accurate, your future updates or frequent updates of the data is managed, and you know exactly who is accountable for creating the data, who is responsible to share the data, and so on. By these practices, you're actually building a trust about your organization and the valuable asset that you have, which is the data. Creating ownership and accountability. As we mentioned, when you have a governance program, you know exactly who is the team, for example, within your team, who is responsible about creating the data. If you have a parcel data, you know exactly who is the team who is responsible to create this parcel data, and who is the team who is responsible to update the data and sharing the data and so on. Creating ownership and accountability is one of the benefits of implementing a governance program. Creating a value in organizations' intellectual property. And when we say here intellectual property, any organization the data is part of the valuable assets that the organization has and manage. And when you implement a governance program, you are creating a value upon this intellectual property. Securing assets, part of your data may be related to secure infrastructure, for example. If you have sensitive data about personal identification data, for example, and you need to secure, one of the benefits of implementing a governance program is to secure these assets. And definitely creating best practices and standards. Those are the benefits behind why we implement a governance program. And as we will see later in upcoming slides, that any organization may have an enterprise GIS system that might be implemented in a different way. We will find some organizations, for example, are focusing on system of records. And what we mean here, those are like different patterns of implementing a GIS system. We have a system of records where we have like transactional data, like parcel data that we are editing or creating these parcels on daily basis. This is system of records, and system of engagement where we have different applications that are exposed to different users to view the data in a web application or a dashboard, for example, to summarize the data and so on. And other organizations might focusing on having system of insights where they analyze the data, they come up with different new data sets based on this analysis. So those are the different patterns of implementing an enterprise GIS system. And as we will see later, that a governance program implementation will be different for each pattern. For each implementation, we will have a different governance program implementation practices for this specific implementation. But, we just summarized about why we govern and what the benefits behind governance. This slide is focusing about what actually is a governance, a geospatial governance. We'll try to make it very simple in a very brief words. Governance is a set of policies that you created within your organization. And then you try to document and create different processes and procedures that put these policies into actions. So here, the policies that we defined through the different meetings with different stakeholders, we create different processes and procedures to put these policies into actions. And the main objective of a governance program is to make sure that the geospatial information is effectively used within the organization. This slide summarizes what we mean by geospatial governance. It's a set of policies, processes, and procedures in order to ensure the effective and efficient use of information technology and location intelligence within the organization. In the previous slide, we mentioned that we will have some policies based on different meetings with different stakeholders. Just to imagine what a policy could be. This is just examples of some of the policies that we may have as an outcome of implementing a governance program. We might have policies about data quality, for example. So we will have like a summary about all the policies within our organization with a policy name, with a description of this policy, what exactly is this policy about. For example, we have here a data governance, a data quality policy that defines standards, what accuracy we are looking for. Some organizations, for example, are working with parcel data and cadastral data, that their accuracy should be within 1 meter or less. Other organizations, based on the mandate of the organization, may have a different schema for data accuracy. Data classification policy. When I have a very large number of data sets within the organization, it's very important and essential to have a classification policy based on what exactly I'm going to classify my data, into grouping my data into different data sets like business data, operational data, and so on. We should have within the organization a data classification policy, data privacy policy, metadata policy, how to implement metadata within our organization. All of this is just like an example of different policies that would be part of a governance program. And we mentioned as well governance processes. This is where we put governance policies into actions. The process is like a workflow that exactly we define in a table all the policies within the organization. This is how to put this policy into action. So these are some examples as well, like data approval workflow policy or processes. Those are the data should be reviewed and approved before publishing and sharing. This is an example of data approval policy. We might have training and capacity building process that focus on identifying training needs for different users within the organization. The process here is where to put policies into actions. This slide will focus on governance and management and how exactly the implementation part is related to a higher objective. Any organization has already in place like strategic objective. On the organization level, will have the mission of the organization, of the vision of the organization. This organization policy, you may have, for example, an organization, part of their IT strategy is cloud first, that any implementation of any technology should be implemented in a cloud. There is no on-premise implementation. This could be one of the strategic objectives of the organization or business governance needs in any organization. And this organization level strategy or vision influence the IT and geospatial governance within the organization. This cascading from the organization level to the IT and governance, and then this is cascaded down to the data and web GIS governance, where the geospatial focus on the GIS data and how the data will be shared and so on. And finally, we came into the implementation part. And my colleague Sharif will be focusing more on this practical side, how we are going to use the ArcGIS system in order to implement the governance practices and governance objective from the whole exercise. And this is how it's cascaded from the organization level through the IT governance, data governance, and until we start the implementation using the ArcGIS system tools and technology and processes and automation and so on, as you will see later. Here I'll focus on data governance, and I'll spend like 10 minutes about some of the key foundational definitions or foundational principles about data governance, and what are the key components that create a governance program for any organization. Those foundational principles, those are 5 foundational principles that it should be clear for us when we start a governance program. We'll start with goals and scope. What's the goals of creating a governance program? What will be the focus of our governance program? And then we will give examples of different landscape and scenarios. We'll try to give like real-time examples of what we are expecting to have during a governance program. Next, we will focus on data items and life cycle, and we'll talk more into details about what we mean exactly by data items and how it is related to the actual implementation of a governance program. And we will discuss the different patterns that we mentioned in previous slides about system of records, system of engagement, and system of insights. And finally, we'll give an overview about data governance maturity. And in here, where we can use different maturity models in order to measure our organization status and how far we are in terms of implementing a governance program. The first part is goals and scope of governance. Let's start with this part. And here, data governance, in a simple definition, is how to ensure the data we have within the organization is safe, is accessible, and is trustworthy. And here the word trustworthy, it means that when I'm working on a specific data set within the organization, I'm quite sure that this data is up to date, this is the correct data that I'm using, there is no duplication of the data as we see in different implementation. This is the focus of the governance program, and through implementing different policies, as we see, different processes, written and unwritten, because we will definitely, all of us, when it comes to policies, we have different policies that are written and documented, and some other policies that are unwritten. It's very important to document all the policies that we have. And these practices could be implemented on selected data sets. When we implement a governance program, it's not mandatory to implement the governance program on all the data sets that you have. You may start step by step by selecting a specific data set or a specific list of data sets that we can start with to be governed. We can start with a subset of the data that we have, not to implement governance across all the data that we have. This is data governance. A key essential definition as well is the difference between data governance and data management, because this is a confusing part. Governance here is about leadership, is about process, is about procedures, and data management is focusing more into the implementation. Here, the governance part is about focusing on data policy, on data procedures, on data standards, and control, who will access the data. It's focusing more on the content. But the management part is focusing more into the technology, how the data will be stored, in which database, who will have access to the data, how the data will be protected and processed. The management practices here is more into the implementation, is more into the technology. This is a very important differentiator between a concept of data management and data governance. The second point is data landscape, and this is to give you an overview about what are the different activities that we should expect during building a governance program. Definitely, you should expect to have several meetings with several stakeholders in order to understand the business processes, the practices. You will prepare, you will have to review several documentation within the organization. You should expect different complex workflows and data flows within your organization as part of documenting what you have within the organization. This is the landscape that we are talking about. You should leverage as well global insights from best practices that are implemented with several other organizations in order to leverage the practices that are implemented as part of a data governance program. This is just to simplify, like a streamline about data governance implementation, where you will need to discover all the information that you have, all the data that you have within the organization. You should expect that you need a classification exercise, where after you discover all the data, you need to classify this data into, for example, customer data, product data, and so on. And then you need to think about the policy. What are the policy I need within my organization after I classify these different data sets and try to document all the processes and policies you need on top of this data, and then to think about the procedures and process, how you are going to implement these policies into actions. You need to document your metadata about all the different data sets, And here we try just to give you some examples of practical tools that you should expect to use during a data governance program. It's very simple that you may use, for example, Excel, just to document a discovery phase of your data sets and classifying your data into different type of data or different categories of data. You can use simply as well Microsoft Word just to document all the policies and any mind mapping or any workflow diagramming software in order to document the different processes that you have and storing any information about your metadata within a database or an enterprise database or a file database. Those are like examples of different scenarios you should expect as well during a data governance program. Any organization create its own data or acquire data from any external organization. So you should think about how you are going to govern this data, which is coming from an external system of record. Data acquired even within the organization. Any organization between several departments, you are sharing data together, you are exposing your data to other departments. So part of the governance program is to think how exactly this data that is coming from another department will be part of your governance program. Data coming from multiple data sources. You are a department within an organization and you are collecting data from within the organization from multiple departments. You should focus as well how you are going to govern data that's coming from multiple sources. And even when you collect some data, you apply different processes, you enrich your data, you are collecting locations about parcels, for example, and then you enrich this parcel data with data about ownership and so on. How the enrichment process and how the data that you added on top of your data will be governed. This should be as well part of what you are thinking about. Data availability and long-term, the life cycle of the data starting from creation, compliance, for example, different regulatory requirements that require that you maintain the data that you collected about customer data, for example, for a specific period, and you have to secure it in a certain way. All of this are different scenarios that you should think of when you govern data. I'll try to run more quickly because I see that we need to move a little bit faster. This is focusing on understanding data as items. And data as items, this is a terminology related to the implementation part, to the ArcGIS system. And actually, when we think about the implementation part and ArcGIS system, everything about the data is about items. You have your, data stored in file geodatabase or enterprise geodatabase, you have raster images and so on, and then you publish this data into different formats, like feature services, map services, databases, raster datasets. All of this, as part of the ArcGIS system, are considered as items. When we think about a governance program, we should think from this perspective, that we are actually implement a governance program from data items perspective. Each item here is stored with all the metadata that describes the property about the metadata source and which group should be shared with. And you can create even an item with all your database that you have. This is the ArcGIS information model that support what we said about data as items. Here on top, we have all the different data items that came from, like image item or a scene layer or a geoprocessing tool or a map service or a feature service, geoanalytics service, and so on. And all of these items are exposed from the underlying data sources. Those are the different data sources that are supported by ArcGIS. We have support of tens of different data sources, like cloud data sources, enterprise databases data sources, file databases, graph database. Those are the all different types of data sources. And this is the life cycle of the data items, starting from creation or procurement, how the data will be stored, how it will be processed or will be ready for analysis, to whom exactly it will be shared for usage and access, and even you need to think about how the data will be archived. This is the process, the life cycle of the data, and when you think about governance, you should think as well about the life cycle of your data from creation until you archive it or you dispose it. Some governance or some regulatory compliance requirements that you have to dispose your data after a certain time. Data governance patterns, as we mentioned about, every organization have different implementation of the enterprise GIS system, like system of records. This is about transactional data. This is an example of a scenario for transactional data where you maintain your data, you have daily updates or daily editing of your data. You have a system of engagement where you have applications and maps exposed to different users. And finally, you have a system of insights, and this is an example as well of one of the implementation scenarios or workflows for a system of insights implementation of a GIS system. The final foundational principle of governance is data governance maturity. And when we say maturity here, this is about how exactly I measure my current state when it comes to governance. Am I a mature organization that implement a governance practices in a very good way, or I'm just starting to discover or implement or create a governance program? Those are examples of international maturity models that you can adapt or you can use in order to measure your current state of governance practices. Those are very well-known maturity models that you can look at, and how to adapt these maturity models within your organization in order to measure the maturity of your organization. And you will find that all of this have like different levels based on different KPIs, and based on your analysis you can assume that you are still starting to implement a governance program. You might be at level 0, you might be at level 1, you start to have some implementation practices. You might be at level 3 where you are mature and proactively implement a governance program. But those are different international maturity model. And just to make it simple, this is an example that you can go through the different international maturity model, and you can have your own maturity model to measure that fit your organization needs in order to implement a maturity model. So this is something that we created, an Excel sheet simply, and actually this is like a sheet that you can fill with your own KPIs, your own exercise about what are the questions that you may ask your stakeholders in order to define your maturity level. This is like an Excel sheet that you may have several questions that you can use during your interviews with different stakeholders that focus on different areas of governance program. And after you have good understanding of your organization processes, you may rate your maturity level based on your evaluation of the organization practices, and based on your whole exercise, you may have a good idea about the maturity level of the organization in terms of governance, and based on that, you can put your plan how you are going to move from level 1 to level 2 to level 3. It's a journey, and it is not a one-step process. It's a process, ongoing process, how you can raise your maturity. Probably, for example, when it comes to training, you start to create, or when it comes to monitoring and performance monitoring, you start to implement different practices that raise your maturity level to an upper level. Right. Those are the different principles we have about key principles about governance, and what we need, the key components of governance that definitely you need to think about. Governance team, those are the key teams that we can start with. We have a data owner who is responsible about creating the data. You have a data steward, and this is a very essential role within your organization when it comes to implementing a governance program. And data steward is like a caretaker about your data. Someone who is ensuring that your policy is implemented, your procedures and process is up to date, and so on. And we have the data custodian about the technology or the implementation part, how your data will be stored. All of these different roles in a small organization, you may have one employee who is playing the 3 different roles. In a mid-sized organization, you may have several different roles that are implementing these practices. And in large enterprise, we are expecting a dedicated employee who is playing these different roles. And definitely we have other supporting roles within the organization, like the governance lead, who is pushing the governance practice implementation. We have IT administrators and GIS administrators and geodatabase administrators. All of these are supporting roles, and those are the primary roles we should expect to implement a governance program. And we have policies and practices. Those are examples of policies that we've shown in a table before, like data classification policy, data storage policy. Those are the different policies that we have as part of, as a key component of a governance program. And we have data catalog and inventory. And here, this is the best practice that whatever you have, different databases or different scattered data within your organization, make sure to focus to have like a centralized repository or catalog that anyone within the organization can reach this data catalog in order to discover all the data that you have. A data catalog is a centralized repository about the data you have. So this is one of the core components of a governance program, that you have a data catalog, a centralized location where you can list all the data that can be used by different peoples. And this is how a data catalog might be implemented. We have a centralized repository about the data, and we have data that came from different data sources, from enterprise geodatabase, from file geodatabase, from satellite imagery, from data items or database connection, external data as well. All of this are published to the catalog along with its metadata, that you end up having a centralized data catalog where you can use to discover the data, and it could be like a trust location that you can simply ask a question whenever you are using a specific data set. If this data is coming from a data catalog, then it's trusted. But this is how you can use it as a practice. Once you confirm that your data is coming from the data catalogs that you have centralized, and you are applying your governance practices in this data catalog, you can conclude that this data is trusted and you can use and share with other people. Right. Those are the key components, and here technology and infrastructure. And here came to the picture the implementation part, how we are going to use the ArcGIS in order to implement those practices. The data governance is built in within ArcGIS system, and we are going to see how we are going to use the ArcGIS system in the implementation part to implement a governance practices. I'll invite my colleague Sharif will go through the implementation part and how we are going to use ArcGIS to implement the different governance practice.
Thank you, Khalid, for this. The mic is okay? Okay, thank you, Khalid, for this comprehensive introduction regarding to the data governance. And I believe that if we plan and design our system in a good way, it will be easy to implement it. So starting from a geospatial strategy and define the data governance and have a business meeting with our clients and understand the scope, can put all this information to design our system in a good way in order to implement that. And in ArcGIS, we have different implementation methods to have the same or to apply the data governance. Let's talk a little bit about ArcGIS system governance. Your system are increasingly complex and distributed. International governance of the users, the items, the data sets within the system will ensure that you can operate efficiently and successful to meet your mission needs. As you see here, the different system of records, engagement, and insights. System of record, as Khalid mentioned, is the phase of collecting the data and the information. And in that stage, we put the policies, who is the users of the system, the role of each user, starting from data editor, or the one who collects the data, to the quality control, to the one who make the checks or the quality to the data, to the one to publish the data to our database, the one to create the application. So we have different roles within our system. We must define these roles and permission in order to have a system secured system. We are going to discuss what the ArcGIS system is for this session and identify our focus area. We will also talk about some approaches to ArcGIS system governance. As you see here, ArcGIS system governance today operates at the operational or technical level of governance. This is where you execute and produce the policies that established with the organization. There are many components on your ArcGIS system, but today we are going to focus on the portal tier, the interface of the client. Your ArcGIS, if you are working with ArcGIS Enterprise or ArcGIS Online, the first step to success is getting accounts. We must have some users to the system, create these accounts, give them some privilege, create groups. We have different groups within the organization, group for maybe for editing the data, group for viewing the data, group focus on the quality control. So we have different groups. Supporting users in your ArcGIS system, it's constant task, and governance produce the policies will ensure that you are support in doing that throughout the entire life cycle. I believe Khalid talked a lot about data governance, and now our data is an item. If an item may be a service, published service, maybe an application. All these are items within our system. Each of these items, the data item, the map, the app, they all have a specific life cycle. They have security requirements, maintenance requirement, different user base. Lastly, your system governance is going to prioritize needs of the organization. And as you see here, we start by our database tier down, then publishing the data, creating our application, and start engagement, sharing this application with users. And also here, it's important to have the policies of sharing and to say what level of sharing we need to share this data. It's will be shared to the public, or we need this data to be shared to including or within the organization, or we need only to share this data with a specific group or we need only to share this data with one person. So we have some levels of sharing the data. And also we have different approaches for the governance. A more traditional approach to the governance will be a locked down. Locked down that user will have fewer privilege and administrator will have more control over the operation within the system. A more agile approach is that still have policies and procedures in the place, but there's focus on a rapid return on investment and adoption. You are enabling your system with more privilege, just monitoring them, and they go through an adapted GIS support. Yani, as most of us are working in different organizations, we face the privilege and how the IT understand the GIS system and how give the privilege to the users. So we have different approaches that give the minimum privilege to the user, and after that, as he needs, the IT system or IT people understand the requirement and they give more privilege. This is the traditional way. The other way is the agile way that we give more privilege to users and we can monitor the users. We have many different report system within our GIS. Of course, you don't have a quick pick a slide. You can find balance and discover what works for your organization can fit. On the left, you have the more traditional controlled or locked-down approach. On the right, it's more agile and decentralized. Most likely, you will find a sweet spot for your organization, somewhere in between, and of course, it can change over time. As you see here, this is the different user types and roles within our portal. So we talked about the scope of ArcGIS system governance and the specific approach. Now we are going to discuss how the data governance user and the content in our ArcGIS system. ArcGIS has some built-in out-of-the-box capabilities to support governance to users. So as you see here, we have different privileges starting from the viewer, the person who can view only the data, and after that we have the mobile worker. He can go to the field collecting data and have access to update the data. We have the creator, the person who can create the data and the application, and we have advanced user roles as GIS professional plus full capabilities to the tools and functionals within the ArcGIS system. And also here is it's important also when creating any item or publish any item to set the privilege of this item. I need this item or this data to be shared with the whole organization or the whole public or for a group of users, or not shared at all. I need only to have access to this data. It's very important and critical. And also within the ArcGIS system, we have different capabilities for monitoring the users. When the user enters the system, what the user do in the system, what time he edits the data, what time he deletes the data, what he viewed in the system from application. So we have different dashboards, we have different reports to monitor every step or every or for any person within the system, what he do exactly in the system. Okay, I will pass for Khalid to recap for what we introduced in this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharif. This is about how we are going, how to start actually, just to make sure that we have, like what we say, baby steps. Let's start step by step. And similar to what we saw in geospatial strategy exercise or process, we need to have like different phases, starting from the initiation phase to understand the business drivers, where we are now using the maturity models that we shared as an example, and where we want to go, where exactly what exactly we need to achieve. And after we finish the initiation phase, we focus on the implementation phase. What exactly, this is about how, in this phase we define what, based on aligned with our strategic objective, and here we are focusing about the implementation part, what exactly need to be done and how we are going to do this implementation. We need to create a plan, for example, a 1-year plan, a 6-month plan, depending on the organization. And finally, phase 3, it's about monitoring and evaluation of the outcome. And this is very important as part of our implementation practices, that we should continue focusing on what we did in the implementation phase and refine our understanding and make sure we are aligned with the strategic objective of the organization. Those are like word cloud, as they say, when anybody asks any organization about what are the different geospatial governance, what's the benefits? No, sorry, this slide, okay. What are the benefits of governance? It came to the picture, the alignment, that when we implement a governance program, actually we are promoting alignment between different departments or within the organization, or even between my organization and external organizations. It gives you strength, as we discussed, that it raises our trustworthiness about the data that we have. Those are different resources that I encourage you to look at it. Those resources are focusing on the business side and the system side. In the business side, you will find different resources in this URL that talk about the path to geospatial excellence, where it focuses on the business strategy and business objectives and how to align your different internal processes with the organization strategy and so on. And we have systems resources that I encourage you to look at it. This is the well-architectured framework. And we have a dedicated session today, the fourth session, that focus on the well-architectured framework and how to find the gap between GIS system and IT system, because this is a long debate, and I believe many of you face some challenges when they start discussing some items with your IT department. But this is how to fill the gap between GIS infrastructure or GIS world and the IT infrastructure. We are open for questions. If you have any questions, any clarification, and please feel free to fill the session survey by scanning this QR code, and you will find it outside of the room as well. We are happy to listen to your questions if you have.
Many thanks for this useful presentation.
Thanks.
For important subject, maturity assessment. Only I mentioned about notes only, not question, because maturity assessment is very important for assessment organization. I tried for 1 year to assessment organization in Riyadh, but the standardized assessment and what is the level the organization need to reach or target. Some organization, when we need to assessment, we need to level 5 or 6. Some assessment have a level 6 to using AI, but he don't need. He need only basics. And if you assessment the organization now in level 2 and do not have many weakness, maybe angry, and also not need to supported you by information to quality or high accuracy assessment. This is some weakness to assessment. Thank you.
طيب يعني thanks I have give it to you. يعني thanks definitely for the question. يعني I understand that maturity and measuring the maturity of any organization is a very complex process. That's why we've highlighted the different international maturity models that you can rely on and go through it, and you can define your own maturity level. And let's be transparent and open with organizations that actually most of the organizations, when it comes to governance programs, they're still starting implementing governance practices. It's very rare that you find an organization that reach, for example, as we say, level 4 and level 5 and so on, because we understand that governance program, it's about not only practices, not only technicality, it's about some stakeholder management, some politics between different departments and so on. I believe yani, it's our role from end user perspective or from consultation perspective is to set the expectation for organization that this is the maturity level that you have, and let's work together in a journey to raise your maturity level. Any further questions? Any questions so far? Yeah, go ahead.
I just have a question, like if we have a database created in SQL or Acquire or Microsoft Access, can we connect it to Esri to implement the data? Like if we put the data in Esri, it's gonna be implemented in SQL or Microsoft Access or other database servers. Can we connect those two programs
the question
together?
Here, if you have a database either implemented in SQL Server or Access, can this be moved or integrated with an existing GIS or an existing enterprise?
Sure. GIS system support different enterprise database models like Oracle or SQL, and also the migration between database to another. Also, it's applicable in our GIS system.
Does Esri has its own database system that we can use other than these?
No, not recommended. يعني database, specific database. Esri can work with different enterprise database.
Yeah, for example, يعني Esri is supporting different enterprise databases, Oracle, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, and you have already part of the ArcGIS system, you have a built-in PostgreSQL database, that's the ArcGIS data store. The ArcGIS data store is a built-in data store within the ArcGIS system that came out of the box or built in as part of the ArcGIS system. So you can use it to publish data. I would like to, yeah, we have one more question.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for this nice presentation. I have one short question. Like if we have one centralized database, geodatabase you can call it, is it possible to integrate with that system with the two CAD and GIS being to work together in the one database? CAD files, CAD data users or data creators can use that same database, and the GIS database for GIS applications as front end we can use. Is it possible?
Yeah. We between Esri and Autodesk we have great integration with different shapes. First we can open the data, the CAD files in GIS system, and you can open the GIS system in the CAD. And also we can integrate we have a product called GeoBIM. GeoBIM integrates the data between the two systems from the Autodesk Construction Cloud and the Esri Enterprise. You can integrate between these data without conversion. Okay, and this is important topic. I believe today we'll also have a session regarding the AC industry.
All right, thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Thank you for listening today, and hope you enjoyed the session and the next session as well.
Thank you.
لا, we'll start. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello. مش ماشي المايك. الو 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 اوكي. In 2050, 29% to 39% of the Earth's ecosystems may change. And 31 to 41% of the world population may be impacted, which means 1 of every 3 people may be impacted. What about Saudi? 20 to 40% of Saudi cropland may change. 26 to 37% of Saudi grassland may change. Cropland and grassland, which means it may affect food security. How did we reach this number? Before we go into explanation, just one genuine request. Who has cell phones here? You don't have a cell phone? So I expect everybody has a cell phone. Just a genuine request, which is not mandatory at all. Can you please switch it off? Like, not airplane mode, not silence, just total switch off. And this is not mandatory, it's just a genuine request. Okay? How did we calculate those numbers? In 2020, Esri collaborated with USGS and the Nature Conservancy. They brought the data, the climate data, temperature and aridity of the year 2020. They used the IPCC guidelines to generate 18 world climate regions. And then they took the European Space Agency land cover data of 2015 and they remapped it into 8 categories. The world landforms remapped into 4 categories. And then they used the combined feature and raster analysis. And then they came up with around 430 different ecosystems. And they mapped the whole world. This is in 2020. Fast forward to 2024, they collaborated with more institutes and they did a bit different thing. They brought the climate data, but they used 5 general circulation models, climate models, from CMAP 6, and then they incorporated with SSP1 scenarios, SSP1, 3, and 5. Just in brief, for those who don't know, is this SSP1 RCP 2.6, which means we're behaving well, we're adopting the new technology, we're cutting on CO2 emissions, and then by 2100, by 2100, the addition and the increase in temperature will be lower than 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial area. So we're doing well. SSP3 RCP 7.0, it means the same emissions trends that we saw previously will continue, and this means high emission. The SSP5 and RCP 8.5 is the highest emission, which means our consumption is increasing, the highest emission. So we did 3 projections based on those 3 scenarios. The same thing for the land cover data. We did the projection based on 3 scenarios. We used the same landform data remapped into 4 categories, and then Esri came up with 3 projected world terrestrial ecosystems based on 3 scenarios, SSP1, 3, 5. So now I have the world terrestrial systems in 2015 and the projected in 2050 based on 3 scenarios. And I can calculate the change, right? If you want to access this data, it's public. It's public as a web application. This is the word symbolized. This data is public, so you can get this thing and access it. You don't need licenses for that. This is the word symbolized by the percentage of change between 2015 and 2050. And this is Saudi Arabia. So the change is, if we adopt this SSP1 scenario, is 11% up to 20%. But those are averages, and we know that averages don't tell the whole story, right? Let's close the country and check the hydro basins. When we look at the hydro basins, we see that the central area and the southern eastern area will not be really, will be affected, but much, much less than the northern area. Yeah, and then we can see, for example, the changes in an area like Ha'il here, 83 to 99%. Yeah. If you want to see the differences and the reason of differences, let me shut this off. Here I have, okay, I need the internet to help me. Okay. Okay, here I'm going to show the 2015 world terrestrial ecosystem and compare it with the search scenario and see the changes. Okay, great. Okay, now this is the 2015. You can look here in the northern area and see how it's changing. If I go, I click, for example, here, I see at this cell, the world terrestrial ecosystem was subtropical dry, and with SSP1 it will move to tropical dry, SSP3 and SSP5. And what's the reason? Here is temperature, and with SSP3 is temperature and land cover. So we can see the change and the reason of change. But if we want to go even further and calculate the numbers that I showed earlier, we need to have ArcGIS Pro. And we go to Living Atlas. Change types. Okay. I have access to all the data here, to the real layers. I can bring it here. I can bring it here. Okay, I'll turn off the combine. I have the projected. Okay, the internet is not helping me much. Okay, what I'm showing here first is a projected change, which is a layer that's mapping the whole world. It's 1 kilometer resolution, and it's showing the reason of change between 2015 and 2050. So it could be no change. It could be a change just because of temperature, aridity, or maybe both, or with land cover. What I did is I remapped this into 3 categories. I created a custom function I did the remap, so I want only 3 categories. Either there's no change, or there's a change because of the climate, which means if I have a temperature or aridity only, or temperature and aridity, both they goes into climate disturbance. And if the land cover is also like a change because of land cover or land cover and temperature, here we have a human intervention. So it's an anthropogenic disturbance. And I have these 3 categories. I did the remap. And then I used the attribute just to give a proper name and color for each type of change. So hopefully the internet will help me here to display those layers. And now I got the changes and the reason of change. I went to Living Atlas and I got the KSA land cover. It's coming from the European Space Agency, but this is the 2021 version. So I have all the land covers categories of 2021. And then I have the reason of change at each cell, right? And then I used again the combine function. This is a combine function. And then I came with this combination of 24 categories that's showing the change between 2021 and the potential or possible 2050. We can see here with the SSP1, I did the same study for SSP1 and SSP5. And we can see here the difference. We have more changes. Now this is my table. For example, the grassland with 0, this is the grassland non-changed. The grassland changed for climate disturbance and grassland changed for anthropogenic disturbance. And then I got this piece of Python code to calculate the change per land cover category. And then I created a bar chart. And we can see the cropland and the grassland with the SSP1. With SSP1, we see that 80% is no change, 12% is changed because of climate disturbance, and 7.7 for anthropogenic disturbance. For grassland, like 17% is changed, 27% is changed, 20% just because of climate. When we go to SSP5, I'm gonna do the same just to show you the bar chart for cropland and grassland, but based on the SSP5 scenario. Well, it always happens when you use demos. And now we see it's 40% change, 33% because of climate. And here we have 37 change for grassland, 33% because of change, climate disturbance. We talked about the problem, but what's the solution? The solution is working toward a sustainable and resilient climate. Like those two are interconnected. But in a way, in the environmental management, each concept focuses on a different aspect. When we talk about sustainability, it's basically us using resources to fulfill our need, but taking into consideration that future generations, they still have to have some resources to fulfill their own needs, right? We cannot consume all the resources. Climate resilience is more about, it focuses on the aspect of preparedness and adaptability. So if there's any problem like a flood or a heat wave, we need to think what we should do to prevent this problem. For example, cutting CO2 emission. This is prevention. Next, if it happens, what we should do. And then after the crisis, how we can recover. Yeah? Those are the two aspects each concept focuses on. But why they are really just so related? Because lots of the mitigation solutions that we adopt, they support both concepts. For example, encouraging renewable energy to cut CO2 emissions. Yeah, it supports both. Biodiversity conservation. We should understand that for us to exist, other species should exist. And biodiversity conservation, it supports also both concepts. Waste management, and especially reducing waste, it's again, so we see that those two concepts, they rely on lots of common mitigation solutions. Now, how ArcGIS support us to implement a sustainable and resilient environment? To solve any problem, first we need to understand. Second, we need to plan. And third, we need to start executing projects, right? To act. To understand the solution, we need data. We need data coming from the field. We need data from sensors. We need data from remote sensing and imagery. And we need to visualize and analyze this data. ArcGIS helps us visualizing first to understand, and second, analyzing it. Just like we did, projecting climate scenarios and combining raster data, coming to conclusions. And then we will assess risks. For example, 40% of our croplands may disappear. Second, we're gonna plan. And third, we will implement projects. While implementing projects, we need to monitor it. And here we need dashboards, we need web applications, and in order to report to stakeholders and even to public, we need story maps. And ArcGIS can support us in this whole journey. One concept that we should not neglect is the community. Like science will provide us a solution, great, and ArcGIS can support us in all the science aspects. But the real force is the community. If we don't have the community by our side, we don't have the force to implement projects. And here, ArcGIS, with our dashboards and story maps, it helps us just provide information to the community and engage the community. And this is why we put this data for free as a web application for people to explore. So ArcGIS helps us in the science part, and it helps us to keep the community engaged. Okay, what happened? Okay. In environmental management, we have two pathways. We have the built environment and the natural environment. Yeah? We'll see examples how ArcGIS can help us in both environments. We'll start with the built environment. So urban heat island mitigation in Toledo. This is an ArcGIS hub site. It shows the heat in Toledo across the city. It shows the centers, the cooling centers. So people can locate the nearby cooling centers, and then they monitor the heat across the city. They can plan, they can check if they need cooling center in other places, and then they use it to communicate with the community, just to keep them informed about anything and how to keep the two-way communication with the community. The waste, the methane waste dashboard in New Mexico, another example. Urban forestry, like 3D trees and 3D objects in England. 309 million trees on a map. Oh God. Another example is air quality monitoring. So here we're monitoring the levels of PM 2.5 and how it's changing. We're doing interpolation and heat maps. So all this dashboards analyzing the air quality in Canada and Basel, Switzerland. Another example is the weather dashboard in Australia, and of course the bioclimate projection data that you can find on Living Atlas. Electricity is a key aspect in a built environment, right? And electricity is responsible of around 25% of greenhouse gas emissions. So how ArcGIS Pro can help us to identify where we should invest in solar panels. So let's say we're the environmental department in a municipality, for example. Here, this is data from Washington. So, and I want to encourage people to invest in solar panels, but where they should, like, where's the best place to invest? Here I have a DSM, a 0.5 meters DSM, and I have the building footprints. I will go to my geoprocessing. I'll show you. We have a full toolbar in the spatial analysts. Solar radiation to calculate the solar radiation potential. I'll go to raster solar radiation function. I'll provide the DSM. I want to calculate the solar radiation across 2025. So from 1st January till end of December. This will be the Eastern Standard Time. Okay, and I wanna just calculate the solar radiation on the footprint. I'll just use the footprint to minimize my processing time. So I want calculated everywhere, just on the buildings. Now, if I want to see the spectrum of solar radiation, I will use calculate insolation for time intervals, and my interval will be 2 weeks. Okay? I click on run, it will take few minutes. Of course, we're not gonna run it. This is what I will get. And this is a multi-dimensional data. So if I wanna check the spectral, let's compare, for example, here between this high radiation area and this yellow medium radiation. First, we can see that the solar radiation is at the peak during the summer between June and August. And we can see like the whole spectrum. And those are 26 readings across 2025. But if I want to do my full study, I don't want the multispectral data. I want the complete data for the whole year. So I will skip those intervals, and I will run the same study just across the whole year. And this is the data what I get. And you can see the difference. Here we had like the cell between 0 and 83 kilowatt hour. Here we have between 0 and 1400. Of course, we have different power. In order to filter this data, I will first calculate the slope. So if the slope is more than 45 degrees, it's like really the investment is wasted. Another point, if I'm producing less than 800 kilowatt hour per year, also the investment is weighted. No need to invest. If my solar panels or roofs are toward north, I'm not getting enough solar energy, so it's a wasted investment. So I will use the con function. I will run different conditions and filter my raster data. Okay? And of course, I calculate the slope. I can use surface parameters. Just I'll provide the DSM, and then I will calculate the slope and the aspect. This is the slope. This is the aspect. And then I will use the con function to run conditions to filter my data. And this is what I got. Let's see the difference. You can see before and after. Just to focus more. You can see that lots of the yellow and blue areas are just removed when I run my conditions. Okay, now this data is at the cell level, but I need to calculate the energy per building. So I will use zonal statistics. So I will use the building footprints as my feature zone. The input will be the latest solar radiation data. I want to calculate the mean. And finally, I want to connect it to my building's data. So I will get this table, just clear. Now in this table, I have the count of the cell in each building, the area where I'm getting solar radiation, and the mean. Yeah. In order to, first, I want to run a last filter. If the area is less than 30 meters square, the investment is wasted as well. So I'll just select by attributes, based on the area, greater than 30, and then I will simply data export and make sure I'm checking use the selected records, and this is what I will get. To calculate the usable electricity, I will do just area times the mean, and then I will get the usable solar radiation. But we know that the photovoltaic technology is not like 100% efficient. And based on the final report in 2024, the best technology was around 21% efficient. So I take the usable solar radiation efficiency, solar radiation power. I divide it by 0.21. And then we know, also based on studies, that the efficiency of my electric system is 83%. So I take the usable solar radiation power, I multiply it by 0.21 and 0.83 to get how much electricity I can really produce from this whole area. And now the mean electricity that I can produce per building per year is 22, like almost 23 megawatt hour. And the total electricity that I can produce is 28,109 megawatt hour. Now to put it in context, the consumption of a household in the US per year is between 10 to 11 megawatt hour. So if I divide 28,109 over 11, the electricity I can produce from this area can support around 2,500 households. And again, we're talking averages because we know the solar radiation during the summer is high, during winter is low, but on average, it can support 2,500 households. And here we see where is the best place to implement solar panels, and we can contact those people and give them maybe incentives to invest in this technology. We talked about the built environment, and we show one example related to solar panels. Next, the natural environment. Well, to be able to have a sustainable and resilient environment, we need natural ecosystems of enough size, biodiversity, and connectivity. And usually people, they forget the connectivity part. So it's not about creating isolated areas. We need to have them connected. So wild animals, so fauna and flora, they can move between them. And this is where the 30 times 30 initiative came from in 2015. 30 times 30 is protecting 30% of the land and 30% of the water area by year 2030. Examples how ArcGIS can serve us in the natural environment. Conservations, of course, mapping the conservation. IUCN, they use our software to produce the world database protected area that we're going to use. It's a living atlas, and we're going to use it in our last demo. Another example is we talked about connectivity, and this is Colorado mapping their wildlife corridor passages with the fences and the openings. We have imagery and GeoAI detecting elephants, detecting seabirds and other animals. Species analysis using graph analysis to map relationships in Mexican wolf population. Another example also using machine learning and deep learning to detect animals using camera traps pictures. And tree management, GeoAI again to detect different type of trees and to classify mangrove and to manage our trees. We will have a map for our trees, and through our dashboard and mobile application we can manage the life cycle of the tree, and we can check the health of the tree, and we can manage our crew in the field. Our demos, we have two demos. We'll focus on the 30 times 30 initiative. The first one is in California. Esri team worked with California State, and this next one will be about Saudi Arabia. So my colleague, Dr. Ahmad, will talk about the CA nature.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, George. We are very happy to talk about the 30 by 30 California's initiative. The big picture was California Nature is a system and a set of tools that connect the best science and strong public. This helped to achieve a goal of protecting 30% of land and water by 2030. California 30 by 30 plan started in October 2020 with an order from governor. The plan aimed to protect nature by studying California plants, animals, and ecosystem of using the best science and traditional knowledge, while updating the information over the time. As well, reviews the current effort to protect the biodiversity and look for new ways to take action. The plan involving working with the community. It's a good idea to working with the community to share idea and create a solution together. Lastly, it focuses on important action like protecting biodiversity, restoring habitats, and preparing for wildlife and managing land in a sustainability way. So the 30 by 30 is a platform that contains tools and data. So I'm gonna share with you this platform. It's public.
Escape. Okay. راح على presentation.
Okay. Here is the platform for 30 by 30. From CN Nature, we have a descriptive or a detailed descriptive about this initiative, including story maps, applications, and open data. If we gonna work with exploring applications, I'm just show you two applications: the Climate Explorer that make a change or difference between the base layer and composition layer. So if we have two layers from different time, we have a different, if you can see, here is the difference of temperature. If I can make some comparison with minimum temperature. So this is a good reference for public community to understand more about the climate in this area. So once again, if I am select any of these parts, we can know where is the location of this difference between the temperature. محتاجين كهرباء. كهرباء. Power. Another solution is sea level rise. So this looks a simulation for sea level and the effect on the land. If I am change the sea level, you see the affected area will be increased. So it looks like a simulation for sea level. Another application is a biodiversity explorer. This classify the species biodiversity by the rank. So when change or move this to explore more about the biodiversity in this location, I can see the difference here. Sorry for.
Internet is not great.
Internet is okay.
It's not great.
Sorry for that. Here is the change done. So the idea of 30 by 30 to save our resources or natural resources, the land and water by 30% in next 5 years. So I back to George to continue about Saudi Arabia.
So our next demo is Saudi Arabia. By the way, in our demos, we're not showing AI. If you want to see more details about GeoAI and how it's implemented in environmental, my colleague Dr. Ahmed has another session at 3 p.m. and he's discussing those topics. So I will move to Saudi Arabia. So in the demo here, we're gonna see where does Saudi Arabia stands regarding the 30 times 30, because they wanna reach 30 times 30, and which areas should be protected, like that's recommended to be protected to reach the 30-30. So first, since we have no data about Saudi Arabia, we relied on Living Atlas. So I went to Living Atlas. This is what I did. I searched for the country's data, and then I used locate to search for Saudi Arabia, and this is how I get the boundaries. Next, again, from Living Atlas, I got the world database of protected areas for the whole world. I used the intersect, so I intersected Saudi with the protected areas to come up with protected areas inside Saudi. And then I dissolved all the areas in one feature, and I did a pairwise clip. Just to make sure that all those protected areas are inside the Saudi boundary. And this is what we get. Okay? I have all the protected areas. I created the area by kilometer, calculate geometry, and then I calculated the area. And we found that 445,737 kilometers square of protected areas inside Saudi. And we know Saudi areas is 2,149,690 kilometers square. We divided both numbers. It's 20.7% of protected areas of the whole Saudi land. To reach the 30-30, 30 times minus 20.7, we still have 9.3% of the area to protect, right? We multiply it by the whole area, and we have around 200 kilometers squares to protect. But where are those areas? For that, we will run a suitability analysis. Okay, clear map, clear, tac. Okay. So I want to run a suitability analysis based on multiple parameters. First is the species, and again, I'm restricted to whatever Living Atlas is giving me. So we have the species data in Living Atlas. We have the world land cover data, and the distance to water. So I went to Living Atlas. I searched for the species data. And I brought it here. So this is for the whole world. We cut it for Saudi Arabia. And then I used feature to raster function. And then the rich all and rare all. And this is how I split this data into two raster data sets. The first one, let's remove this. The first one is showing me the rarity of species in Saudi. So the first raster is showing me the rarity. We see here we have rare species here as well, here in the north area. And the second raster was the richness. So this area is rich with species. The third parameter is distance to water. Again, we got this data from Living Atlas and we cut it for the Saudi area. Next, in Living Atlas, we have a projected land cover. So it's not a projected, like Clark lab in Clark universities, they calculated the vulnerability index. Like, what's the probability of this land cover to change by 2050? Okay, and they put it in a raster. The yellow areas, they have high probability to change. The land cover has a high probability to change by 2050. And the dark areas where the land cover has a low probability to change. So we use this, and finally, also we get from Living Atlas the land cover of Saudi Arabia, which is based on the European Space Agency land cover of 2021. Okay, we got those five parameters. We started the stability analysis. We gave first the highest weight for the rarity of species. And then we gave a weight of 2 and 2 for the land cover and the land cover vulnerability. And then 1 and 1 for the richness in species and the word like a distance to water. Okay, but still, I need to transform this data in order to run my stability analysis. Turn off this one. So, for the rarity, we use the range of class. And then if the value of rarity is low, we're giving it a low value. If the value of rarity is high, we're giving it a 10. And this is how it's transformed. The same for richness. Low value of richness, it get a value of 1. High value of richness, 10. Now for the word distance to water, we need to reverse the thing. We can use the range of classes, but then we need to use the reverse option. Because the closer is to water, it needs to be protected. For it has to get a lower value. But in our case, we got a better calculations using a continuous function with the MS small function. It gives also a higher value for the for the lower distance. So this is how it's transformed. Nearer to water, get highest value. And we need to protect the most vulnerable areas. So if the probability to change is high, it will take a 10. 0, it will take a 1. And also we use the range of classes. For the land cover, this is what we did. For the tree cover and mangroves, we gave them a value of 10. For shrubland and herbaceous wetland, we gave them a value of 9, 8 for grassland and permanent water bodies. We don't have snow and ice in Saudi. Usually, the bare sparse vegetation, they take a low value, but since we're in Saudi, and this is the majority of the land cover, we give it a value of 5 in the mid. And of course, we give the least value for the built-up area and the cropland. This is how it was transformed. Then we ran our suitability analysis, and this is what we get. Okay, those are the areas that should be protected in green, and red, they have lower values. Next, I want to find where are those 200 kilometers, where they should be. So I said, okay, I want to add 5 reserves, 5 conservations of circular shape. The total area of those will be equal to the 9.5% of Saudi Arabia, a square, so it's 199,921 square kilometer. The evaluation method is the highest average value. I didn't put any constraint on the distance between those areas, so you can find it anywhere inside Saudi Arabia, except not inside the protected areas. That, like, I don't want to have a protected area inside the protected area, right? So I eliminated the already existing protected areas. And this is what we came with. Those are the 5 areas. To see it better. So those are the already protected areas, and those are the 5 recommended protected areas based on the weights that we gave, based on the parameters that we chose, and the number of conservations. So you can play with this, and you can change those configurations and come up with different solutions. Yeah. ما كتير. You saw this demo. So now, at the beginning of the session, I asked you who turned off his cell phone, right? I know some of you were not here. But let's see. Who switched off his phone? 1. Okay, let's see, at the beginning of the session, we had half of the audience. So it's 1 over like around, what, 30. Guys, I didn't ask you to switch off your phone because I don't want you to check your emails or WhatsApp. That wasn't the reason. The main reason is, in order to have a sustainable and resilient environment, we need to cut off our CO2. We need to, like, the solutions are hard, yeah? And the hardest is to cut our consumptions, right? Those are not really easy. And I thought, like, what's the hardest thing to ask someone to do in these days? Is to ask her or him to switch off his cell phone, right? So I thought about this heuristic, like the percentage of people who are willing to switch off their phone could be equal to the likelihood of us, like, really succeeding in building a sustainable environment, because we need to take, like, hard actions. And those people who are willing to switch off their phones, maybe they are the only people who are willing to take those drastic solutions to cut CO2 emissions, right? And so far, I don't know how many presentations we did, and we're not succeeding to pass the 2%, max 3%. So, Jacques Cousteau, a naval officer in the French, a French naval officer, and an explorer, a famous explorer. He said, for most of history, man has had to fight nature to survive. While in this century, he's beginning to realize that in order to survive, he must protect it. Like, if we love our children, if we love our grandchildren, we should protect the nature. So, protect the nature. Now we still have, well, it's 1, but we're going to take just 10 minutes for questions, since it's just a break. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for the good work. I just have a fundamental comment about the last part of the suitability analysis that you
Yeah.
did for the selection.
I was expecting lots and lots and lots of comments about that part. If you have only one, that's great.
It's fundamental. First of all, 30 by 30, it's not land mass and water. It's habitat. So this is the main caveat.
Yeah, we didn't go into gap 1, 2, 3, 4.
No. In order to achieve it, you have to start with a habitat map, which we lack. So there's no way of achieving actually 30 by 30 unless we start off mapping our habitat, and before that there is a great thing to do to define what is or what are our habitats. That is totally not being addressed, and this is the main obstacle for 30 by 30. Second, to the particular of your analysis, the way you approach it with suitability analysis or weighted overlay, it has a lot of shortcomings. First, you are not accounting for accountability in species. Like rareness and species richness are the least representative parameters to measure biodiversity, because by selecting species richness, you are overlooking abundance, and you are overlooking representativeness of these species. Because if I have 100 species in a particular area, which all are common species, and I'm missing one rare medicinal species, so I'm overlooking this one. Second, you didn't account for connectivity in the suitability analysis. Third, you didn't do the optimization. By optimization, I mean to put conservation where it is least competitive with other land use and stakeholders. So the process of optimization is missed here. And the way to do it is to adopt something called MarkSan. And I think if we run a parallel analysis, it would be a good piece of work to compare the two.
Okay. So to answer your first, it wasn't an answer, to answer your first comment, we didn't go into lots, 30 times 30 is lots of details. We didn't go, we just kept at the high level. That's one. And we know we don't have, I have no data about Saudi. And I have to show this example to show that we can do something, at least to start, using our software. I had to rely on whatever data I have in Living Atlas. I started by this. And even taking those 5 parameters is not enough. Yeah, we both know those 5 parameters, but this is what I have in Living Atlas, and I had to stick with it. And usually, we beg Saudi entities for data, and good luck, will none. I reached to a point like saying, I will never get it. Okay? And this is the main obstacle to get the habitat data. Yeah? Because lots of conservation has it. Like at least they did some prototypes to do it inside their conservations, right? Your conservation, right? You have it. But we don't see it everywhere. And they don't share it. So, yeah. So starting by the lack of data. Second, I had to take, instead of going into too much details related to 3030, I wanted to keep this demo just showing the concept, that we can do this concept at really shallow level, and whoever wants to take it deeper and compare it with other tools, that's great. But otherwise, we could do this like full hour doing all this. But the main target of the demo is just to showing that we can start doing something. Even if we don't have the full data, it's not a reason not to do anything. Yeah, we can start doing at least with what I have in Living Atlas. Okay, so then let's work on it together. Yes.
I'd like to repeat our thanks for this massive lecture and session. It have a great amount of knowledge, and I have a great amount of questions, but you said only 10 questions.
No.
So
you can
let
find
me take 9 of them.
Guys, you can find me at the booth, at Esri booth, and we can answer all your questions.
No, our colleague take 1 question, so I'll take the remaining 9. Okay?
Yeah, if no one else will raise his hand or her hand.
Okay, I'd like to minimize them to just 2 questions. The first one about the solar radiation application you provided us. You make the analysis between the January and December 2025.
Yeah.
But I didn't notice the source of this data, the expectation of this data. How it come? The study interval before, for example, 10 years, 5 years, to expect in the future the amount of solar radiation in the area of study you provide us. This is my first question. My second question, of course, all of us heard about the California crisis a few days ago. So how can ArcGIS can provide and help in to save the environment during this crisis, and how can we learn from this crisis to make our decisions in the futures?
Okay, the second question is too broad. Let's go to the first one. There's a model that will calculate like the sun trajectory and stuff and how it's moving. It uses from the DSM. It calculates the slopes and the aspect and the movement of the Earth, and it uses this data to calculate the amount of solar radiation. Now, if you want to go deeper into this, we can share like some blogs that would explain more how this model works. And it's not the only model, by the way. You can use something else. But this is what we use in our software to do the calculation. Okay? And we can use more. We can share with you. Like, let's talk, exchange contacts, and share with you more details about this topic. Okay. Now, how ArcGIS alone cannot save the Earth. Yeah, because we said science is a tool. It's a great tool to give us solutions, and ArcGIS can help us. But without the community, which is the driving force, we can do nothing. Yeah. What California tried to do first is to prevent those fires. Yeah. How to prevent fires? And this is how we build a resilient environment. We start by how we can prevent a certain problem. Yeah. First, well, in prevention, those are adaptation. You want like how we can solve this problem? How we can solve it is one thing: cut CO2 emissions. Yes. If you want to cut it, switch off your phone and switch on your servers. Yeah. And stop using unnecessary resources. We order lots of things in plastic bags. Stop this packaging things. We produce lots of waste. Yeah, those are the mitigations, solutions that they are hard to implement, honestly, because you cannot find like more than few people who can switch off their phones. Yeah. Now let's skip the mitigation part and go to adaptation. Adaptation is monitoring first and have the awareness. So if I have usually what they do is they put sensors, and then they monitor humidity, the soil, all those climate changes. They monitor it to predict if there will be a certain fire, yes or no. Next, if there's a fire, they have all their plans, how they should move. And after the fire, they should have everything like they have a recovery plan. How ArcGIS can help us in each part is basically what I explained earlier. Data, remote sensing data, imagery data, like lots of change detection before the fire, after the fire. Yeah. During the fire, if you want to locate the real fire out of the smoke, I have a real nice slide where you can see like this is the imagery data in RGB, and you can see something. It's all covered by smoke, and then you get to the multispectral data, and you can identify the real location of the fires where you just eliminate the smoke and it's a fire. So during the fire, we can use lots of data and analyze it just to move our team. If you want to monitor the team in the field, we have stuff to monitor, because sometimes some teams will be trapped, yeah? And if we have the holistic view and we know that a team is going somewhere where they may be trapped in the fire, we can just pull them back, yeah? So to monitor all those examples of how ArcGIS can help us in all this. But honestly, I can do a 1-hour presentation about how ArcGIS can help us in those crises. And I will be happy to do it for you, but not now.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Just 1 second. 1 second. It's 1:10, and we have the break. Whoever wants to leave, just feel free, guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. George, for the interview.
Thank you.
So my question is there any way to join the information about climate or weather with a GIS map to monitoring any expected happen in next, for example?
So you mean get a projected climate data and put it on a map?
Yeah, maybe for example for rainfall, the weather or the climate tell us maybe or updated the data weekly about the rainfall. So can we represent this data
Yes,
for GIS?
definitely, definitely. And you have lots of climate data. Yeah, like in NCW here, they use our software to show the weather data. Yeah, and in Living Atlas, we have lots of, like we have the, I showed the bioclimate maps, like the projected bioclimate maps, and they are all there. And if you have like sensors or stations, and you want to bring all this data and show it on a map as points, you can do that. And if you want to interpolate to get like how, because you know when you calculate like precipitation or temperature, you find it in specific places, but you don't have a full raster for the whole area. And for that we have lots of interpolation tools, different type of interpolations, to be able to calculate it across like Saudi Arabia. And that's what they do. At least that's what NCM does.
So this can help us for information about temperature, or we have just to use digital elevation model for
any
solar
parameter.
radiation.
For any parameter, like if you have precipitation, if you have temperature, if you have water quality, different type of parameters in water quality or soil, it's the same.
Okay, for solar radiation, we use this temperature, or we need just a digital elevation model?
I couldn't.
For solar radiation.
Yeah.
For
For solar radiation is different, because like the model internally will calculate all this, and it's not about just interpolation. It's about the slopes, the aspects, the sun moving, the time, the months, all this. No, it's not interpolation. Like, and again, it's different model. Any other questions, guys? Okay. Thanks a lot for your time. Thank you.
I think interpolation in Arab Saudi Arabia is very difficult to use interpolation. Okay.
الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
تيست. السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم. احس ان الصوت واطي شويه عندي، ممكن المايك. السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم. افضل كده.
ما نحتاجه، لا ما بنحتاجه.
الو. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. انت اللي عندك الشاشه صح؟ اوكي نايس.
good afternoon, everybody. We are pleasure to have you all in this session where we will introduce you to the ArcGIS Workflow Manager. My name is Majdi Turkman. I'm a technical advisor and a project manager here at Esri Saudi Arabia's professional services team, and joining me today my colleague Mujahid, who is also a technical advisor and a project manager. We have an exciting session plan that I hope everybody in the room will enjoy. So let's get started. In this session, we will cover an overview of Workflow Manager. We will talk about what Workflow Manager is, the common use cases, and the different deployment patterns we support. We will then walk you through the Workflow Manager web application. Next, we will look at some key components required to build a workflow. After that, we will learn how to build a simple workflow in ArcGIS Online from scratch, and then execute a more complex version, managed editing workflow in ArcGIS Enterprise. And don't worry, we will make sure to leave a few minutes at the end for questions and answers. We assume that some of you may have already used the ArcGIS Workflow Manager before, but just to be clear, this session covers the new service-driven architecture deployment of the Workflow Manager, not the classic version, which is currently at its last release at 11.4 before it gets retired. Now, let's start by answering this question. What is Workflow Manager? The ArcGIS Workflow Manager extends ArcGIS to provide a scalable work management system that works in today's modern GIS ecosystem. It allows technology to be combined to form trusted workflows and orchestrates both GIS and non-GIS operations. It provides a framework for organization to create a centralized system to help manage people, processes, and products, track and manage all work being done in real time. It incorporates automation to streamline their workflows and increase productivity. It helps communicate effectively with other teams and organizations, encourages adherence to standards and best practices that are defined for your organization, and it uses location effectively in your daily processes. On the screen, you see a simple repeatable process. This process follows a 4-stage pattern where work is submitted, it's then reviewed, multiple parties will work together to complete it, and then the results are delivered. For any established process, it's easy for an organization to complete it once or even a handful of times. But what happens when you try scaling it up to be performed hundreds or even thousands of times? How do you handle temporary spikes in workload or demand that could overwhelm your resources? Usually, bottlenecks get magnified, processes start to slow down, mistakes happen, and that leads to drop in quality. Often, requirements aren't very well defined, and your existing system may not be flexible enough to take those ambiguous requirements and refine them based on changing inputs. Everybody has their own way of doing things. Their techniques that other people in the organization may not be aware of could produce inconsistent end results. There is never a chain of custody on who performs a particular task. No way for a person to know when something is ready for them to be worked on, and when things go wrong, there is no way to trace them back or fix until it's too late, and that causes decrease in productivity. Multiple people are often working on the same tasks since rules and tasks aren't clearly defined from the get-go. Loss of knowledge. When somebody leaves the organization after having performed that same rule for 20 years, how do you train the new staff to be as efficient as the ones we lost? No matter what industry you are from or what your rule is, I'm sure everybody in this room has encountered at least one or more of these challenges at some point in their daily work. So, how do you maintain that same quality, the same standard and productivity in the face of all these challenges? This is where Workflow Manager comes in to streamline and automate the production processes and act as an orchestration factory to keep things running smoothly. Let's take a look at different benefits of bringing Workflow Manager into your organization. Having a centralized system to manage work and spatial information, along with the ability to build in quality control steps to every process, Workflow Manager helps maintain data quality and integrity, and this ties into my next point. When an organization designs and uses a process that everybody follows, it's predictable, and more importantly, it can be monitored. It's easier to see and act on problems when they arise. And knowing everyone is working through a different job type the same way increases trust and reduces risk. And we not only want to make managing work easier, we also want to provide a smooth experience for the users by automating the tedious manual or repetitive steps. Users can focus on those tasks that truly need their eyes and hands-on attention, while other work is still getting completed. They will feel and be more productive, which ultimately leads to increased user satisfaction. And by resolving issues with bottlenecks, process management, workforce coordination through automation, the result is an increased productivity. This increase can be realized in few different ways and will vary based on specific pain points and priorities identified by your organization. And by capturing the business process, we are also capturing the trade craft that goes into it. So it's easier to onboard new staff and less devastating to lose ones. And what makes us different? Because there are a lot of work management software out there. Two things. Our geographic approach, we care about the work's location and use it effectively in GIS analysis and reporting. Second, we are a solution that's tightly integrated with the ArcGIS technology. Our vision is to allow organizations to create their own seamless end-to-end workflows across our GIS for completing their work. Whether the process takes people from web to mobile or desktop or through a purely automated activities, Workflow Manager is there for them. The ArcGIS Workflow Manager is more of a horizontal product with a wide range of use cases that span multiple industries. Here's a few of the more common scenarios that organizations are orchestrating with Workflow Manager today. These all can have varying levels of complexity based on the specific requirements of each customer. So while all opportunities are not the same, there's usually a similar underlying type of process. Let's take the data submission and review use case as an example. A simple version of this workflow could be a map change request. The user will send an information such as an asset being added or deleted in the field, which needs to be updated in GIS. This gets submitted, a job is created with an admin review, and then assigned to an editor to complete a task. Linear and straightforward. Here is a more complex scenario where an organization receives data from multiple parties for multiple data layers. Their workflow includes both internal and external review processes that then need to be reconciled with an authoritative database. Many steps with multiple stakeholders. So the Workflow Manager is well suited for such cases. Before we do a walkthrough of the Workflow Manager web application, let's understand the architecture. We have two deployment options available, ArcGIS Enterprise and ArcGIS Online. The business model is very similar between the two deployments. This is a capability server in ArcGIS Enterprise and an organizational capability extension in ArcGIS Online. There are two levels of Workflow Manager functionality for both deployments. The standard option provides access to the out-of-the-box features to design your workflow diagrams, manage and track all the jobs, in the system and complete assigned tasks. While the Advanced Capability Server includes all of the standard functionality and unlocks the ability to incorporate even more automation into workflows through job and step scheduling, automated job activities, and more. The web application is the main interface where the workflow items and the workflows are administered, jobs are managed, and work is performed. There is an optional Pro extension for those primarily working through the jobs on the desktop side. Finally, we do have Python, REST, and JavaScript APIs available for extensibility options. Now, we need to mention some points here related to licensing. Standard license gives users access to Workflow Manager standard capabilities. The Workflow Manager web applications, such as designing workflow diagrams, managing and tracking jobs, and completing assigned tasks, and Workflow Manager APIs, while the advanced unlocks functionalities such as step scheduling, job scheduling, and the creation of jobs using ArcGIS Survey 123 or webhooks, and more. Now, once you have the license, you unlock the access for all your users within the organization. At version 11.4, all your user types are supported in the web application, but of course, this is limited to the level of user. For example, viewer cannot do much, and the creator or the professional plus can do more. The optional Pro extension is not a standalone, so you should have the Workflow Manager server in order to use it. It's an annual subscription for the ArcGIS Online option, and for the ArcGIS Enterprise, it's based on the number of cores, and there are term and perpetual licensing options. Now, there are some minor differences with version 11.3 and 2, where the model was using the old user types. You need at least an editor for job editing, and creator or GIS professional for creating or administering workflow items. And at 11.1 and earlier releases, your users should have an ArcGIS Workflow Manager user type extension to use the Workflow Manager. Now, in our first demo, my colleague Mujahid will walk us through the Workflow Manager web application. Over to you, Mujahid. Switch.
Hello? Okay. We will start by showing you a demo about the web map application, Workflow Manager web map application. To open the Workflow Manager web application, you can do that from the ArcGIS Enterprise. Open the application tray and select the Workflow Manager icon in the beneath, or you can simply type the Workflow Manager web application URL. Then you can open the Workflow Manager item. You will see the main page that contains three main pages: work, manage, and design. This is based on your role in the organization. If you are a GIS professional, you will find that all of that are assigned to you. If you are a regular editor, you will find only the work page available for you. You can work on the jobs that are assigned to you one by one, or even apply patch actions on multiple jobs at the same time. You can select them and apply patch action on them. You can also filter the jobs available by selecting one of the default searches, and also can create jobs based on job templates available. On the other side, you will see the job details, where you can see things like the notes, the comments, or the job history that explains the details of this specific job. If you are a job editor, you will find that the work page is more important for you. It will contain all the jobs assigned to you. On this page, you will not only see your jobs, but you will be able to see out of the box my jobs, my group jobs, and all jobs. My jobs contains the jobs assigned directly to you, while my group jobs contains the jobs assigned to the group you are part of, And once you completed work on your job, you can go to My Group Jobs and filter the results by priority, select the highest priority one, open its details and assign to yourself and start working on it. You can also see the same tabs that you have seen in the Manage page for the details of this job. Please note that those tabs appears, and also the pages above Design, Manage and Work appears based on your privileges. Some people will see everything, some people will see only the things assigned to them in order to minimize the noise and focus on their own job. The third page we have is the Design page. Design page contains, is for the GI, the Workflow Manager Administrator, contains the workflow diagrams that shows the steps that every workflow will go through and every job should do. For example, if you are going to do route edits, you need to follow all those steps and go through the paths defined between each step and the other one. The path defines the logic that allows you to move from one step to the second one. You have to go through all of them in order to do the route edit job. We have all the job templates, which we will talk about it later in this session in details. We have also other settings in the workflow manager, like the privileges and the roles that should assign to a specific group defined for the workflow manager and assigned to your ArcGIS Enterprise Portal group. The roles control what exactly the user or the members of this group can see and can do. For example, if I want to disable the detailed panel from the comment panel from the detailed tabs, I can uncheck it from here. And if I want to remove the whole manage page, I can disable it from here. And everyone that has this role will not be able to see it. Other configurations or settings like the shared searches can be configured from here. Shared charts that appear in the main page, the dashboard. Import and export data, which is done to export your own workflow manager and be able to use it in another ArcGIS workflow manager. This is particularly used when moving from quality assurance to production. Sorry. Okay. In this demo, we learned about Workflow Manager web application and how each component in the web app serves a purpose and can be tailored to meet your users' needs based on their role in your organization. Before we look at a real-world use case demo, let's understand some key Workflow Manager terminology. An instance of a piece of work in Workflow Manager are called jobs. So, for example, we may create a new permitting job for someone to complete their permit application based on the permitting job template, a type of job available in the Workflow Manager system. A job has many components. Has a workflow diagram, the process that the work will flow to create, will follow to complete is made of steps, the actions to perform and pass, how the work is routed between steps. The job can have a location. For example, you may need to complete an inspection at a particular location, or you have a data submission that covers a particular area. Not all types of work require a location, but it is an optional component of a job. Jobs have properties, which is a descriptive work order style information. Out of the box, there are some basic project management information, like the ability to configure a status of the job or a due date. But the system can also be extended so that you can add in your own job properties as well. You can also manage attachments, whether they are stored in the database or through other services like Dropbox or Google Drive. A job can have assignees, so people who are tasked with completing the task at different steps. Work can be performed by one person at a time, multiple people in parallel, or by automated processes. Work can have spatial data associated to it. Managing version data editing workflows across feature layer data sources like the utility network or parcel fabric is one of our most popular workflows. And all the actions taken on the job are tracked as part of the transaction-based history record. We log who did what and when and how long it took to complete. And these are the main components of a job. The workflow diagram is the most important part of a job. It represents the process that a job will follow from start to finish. There are 4 common patterns used by workflows. The simplest pattern a process can follow is a sequential workflow. Each step occurs and one after another, paths connecting them in a straight line from start to finish. Looping is a pattern that allows a workflow to return to the previous step when necessary. Looping is common in workflows that involve submission and review processes. Branching is a pattern that allows a workflow to follow one of several processes depending on the results of an earlier step. Parallel steps is a pattern that allows a workflow to carry out two or more processes simultaneously. So a workflow diagram is not simple as a flowchart. Each step can be configured with its own type, properties, option, and style. Paths can be configured to perform specific actions after a step is run. Steps are considered the building blocks for your diagram. The step library consists of step templates, which are pre-configured steps that perform different types of actions when a job is run, such as opening a map, running a geoprocessing tool, asking a question, sending a web request, and so on. Each step template contains a default name and values for step properties, options, and how you want to run them and how they are styled. Path connects the different steps in the workflow. Each path has an assignment and a status associated with it. You can define path logic to determine the next step. Path logic can be defined by setting a return value which uses the output from the step that was just completed. An arcade expression can be used to dynamically evaluate at runtime. Arcade is a portable, lightweight, and secure expression language used to create custom content in ArcGIS applications. It can perform mathematical calculations, format text, and evaluate logical statements. Or you can set the path to any to proceed to the next step regardless of the previous step's result. Data sources are sources of data for our spatial data steps, which includes steps like create version, create replica, reconcile and post, and clean up, to name a few. Out of the box, these steps support branch versioning. You can also use traditional versioning with ArcGIS Workflow Manager. This capability is only available in the enterprise deployment of Workflow Manager, not the ArcGIS Online option. All jobs are created from a job template that is associated with a workflow diagram. On the job template, you can define certain default properties like the assignment, priority, and the way the job is named. Extended properties are a job-specific properties that get created for this type of work. You can create extended properties by adding a new table to the Workflow Manager schema, or use an existing feature layer, or Survey123 from hosted in ArcGIS Enterprise or online. Once added, these extended properties can be shared across multiple job templates. You can restrict access to specific job types by setting up sharing for job template. This is really useful if you have contractors and internal users all working within the same enterprise. Lastly, automated actions can be used to create jobs on a schedule or via a webhook. You can also trigger activities like sending an email or a web request to a third-party application when certain actions take place in a workflow manager with the help of job activities in this automated actions tab. Now that we understand the key terminology, let's go back to Majdi again to see it in action.
تعمل switch عندي. لا switch عندي. Okay. In our first demo, we will build a simple inspection request workflow in ArcGIS Online. So this is the ArcGIS Online, and I will start configuring my application, my workflow, by creating a new workflow diagram. Let's give it a name, inspection review request. After that, we will define a quick layout using the manual step. Let's add a couple of them. Now we will ask the inspector to fill out an inspection form, basically using the survey 123. After that, the user or the inspector will define the inspection location. Then the form or the request will be reviewed by a specific user to do a quality control over it. Then we will add the opportunity for the user to add any supporting documents as attachments. Then we will proceed by setting a status of our request. Now, based on the status, we will be sending an email, approval email or rejection email for the user. Now let's use the real step types. We will start by selecting the survey 123 step. And as you can see, we have a step library to choose from. Then we drag and drop, and it will ask us that if you want to replace it or not. Then we will proceed by configuring an existing survey 123. This is its item ID, and we will put a reference name for that. Now I will use the same survey 123 form, but this time for the quality staff member who will open the same survey 123 form. I will use the same configuration. This is the item ID, this is a reference name. But this time it will be in a read-only mode. So it will be in a view mode, not in edit mode. Now let's proceed by configuring the create define location. And you can define the location using point, line, polygon, and that could be by drawing or selecting from the map. But for our use case or demo, we will use the geometry option, and we will grab the shape location from the survey 123 form. And as you can see, I'm using the arcade menu, and I will use the survey table, and I will pick it from the shape field. Now let's move on to the assignment. So I will change at this point the step assignment to be for the quality assurance or reviewer person. And for simplicity, I will use my name. Then we will use the add attachment step to provide the capability of attaching supporting documents. And this could be embedded or linked. So you can use Google Drive, you can use OneDrive. And for now, we will also limit the files to be only PDF files to be attached. Now, for our decision point, we will use the question step type, and we will provide two options. One is to approve or reject, and the other one is to reject the request. Now, also, we will enable commenting on this step, and I will also configure the paths for the approve and reject steps. So I will select 1 here, and I will select 0 for the rejection. Then we will use the send email step types for the approval email and for the rejection email as well. And we will start configuring the email itself. So we will provide, and I will use also arcade menu to grab the owner of the job. And for simplicity also, we will just type a simple message for the user that it's rejected or approved for both. Job creator from arcade also. And approved. Okay, let's save now, and we will activate our diagram. And once you activate the diagram for the first time, you will be asked to create a job template. And as you can see, I will create yes. I will click yes. And these are the job properties. But for now, we will go to the extended properties to define our survey 123 attributes or columns, fields. I will use the same configuration. I will use the item ID. I will provide a reference name so that it can be accessible from the workflow by the name, and we will save. This will take some time as it's creating some contents in your portal and provide some information. So this can take some time. Okay, now my job template is created. Let's go to the work page. As you can see, these are the fields from the survey 123. Now, from the inspector's perspective, he will go to the work page and will create a new request. Now, let's create a new request. Let's click Start Step. Now we need to fill the survey 123 form. I need to click Next again. That was a welcome screen. Okay, now we need to fill the form. And intentionally, I will leave some fields unfilled so that I can comment on them later. Now, the most important thing is the location from this step. We will set the inspection location and we will submit our survey and we will proceed. Now, as you can see here from our details panel, we can monitor the location and all other job-related attributes. You see that the location is grabbed from the survey 123. We will click Proceed. And as I told you, I assigned the task to myself, so I will open the same survey 123 form, but in a read-only mode. Now I will see all the data that was filled by the inspector, but I will observe that some of them were not entered. So I will proceed. Then I will provide some documents as attachments. Here I will attach the companies or organizations' best practices for this kind of tasks. And we will proceed. As you see, this is a PDF file, which is only allowed by my configuration. Then we will click Next. Now I need to decide. I will select Rejected, and I will provide a message for the inspector to redo the job. So we may say, please refer to the attached organization's best practices. And as you can see there on the diagram itself, you can monitor you are at which stage of the job. Now, once you proceed, an email will be sent to the end user. This is a rejection email, and you should have that email, as we can see now, on your mailbox. Okay. Okay. Now let's move on to a more complex or more advanced scenario. Now we will execute a version managed editing workflow in ArcGIS Enterprise. Now we have this workflow ready. This is the parcel edits diagram, and we will have a quick look at it for now. Let's start by making some space. As you can see here, we have 3 types of users. In orange, we have the production manager steps, just for clarity, and the blue are the editor steps, and the green are for the reviewer, and all the remaining purple steps are the automated jobs executed by the workflow manager. Let's have a quick look here. This is our workflow. Now let's start by creating a new job based on that work. Let's create a new parcel edits job. Let's make also some space for us, and also I will open the details panel. Let's use the tool of polygon, creating a polygon. I will zoom onto the job area. Let's define the job location to include those 2 parcels. Now I will proceed after I define my job location. Now we will explain for the end user what he needs to do. So we will say that you need that a property was acquired by a parcel owner. So let's say that property acquisition of parcel such and such by other parcel. Please merge, this is just an example. Please merge the parcels. And as you can see here, once I proceed, a version will be created specifically for that job, as you can see here. And now the editor should open his interface, and he will be able to start working. Now I will sign out and sign in as an editor. He will see it in his to-do list. Now again, I will just open the details panel. Now I will read the comment informing me what I need to do. I will click proceed, and then I will use ArcGIS Pro to complete the job. Now once you click and download the ArcGIS Pro will open an ArcPro template, project template, ready for you to start directly working on the data. Now let's wait for this project to load. There are many data here. Okay. Now as you can see here, this is the job location. And from the contents, you see that not only the workflow manager brought all the needed layers and also pointed to the right version for the job. We also brought some built-in tasks for ArcGIS Pro related to parcel fabric, and we will select the merge parcel task. We will start by creating a record. We will provide some information for the change record here. Click create record. we will move next. Since the ArcGIS Workflow Manager already zoomed to the location, I will skip this step. Then I will be informed that I need to select at least 2 parcels in order to proceed. I will select the needed parcels. We will also use the existing feature to be merged, and we will have a quick look and review the attributes and click Finish. Now my parcels are merged. Okay, I will click Finish. I will save my edits. Okay, there is no need to save here because it's a template downloaded directly. Now, since I did the edits, I will say that I'm fine with my edits. Now I'm done with my work, so I will click Yes. Now my work as an editor is done. I will move to the reviewer part where he will get an email. He will just click directly, and this is an example of advanced HTML formatting for the email. Now I reach directly the required job, and I will just skip the editing part here because I'm okay with the edits. I will approve the edits. Okay, now as you can see here, this step, the reconcile and post, is scheduled to be at midnight because it's not a time sensitive and it's not required to be executed now. So for now, just for the sake of this demo, we will remove the release the lock and click Proceed. Now clicking here Proceed, let's see the diagram to explain things. We will claim the version because we are not the owner. This user is not the owner of the version, and the version should be cleaned now, and an email should be sent to the job owner informing him that it's done, the job is complete. Let's have a look at the diagram. We see that not all paths were taken. For example, the post and the conflict resolution was not followed by the diagram because we took a specific direction in the workflow sequence. Okay. In the demo, we build a workflow from scratch and ran through an inspection review process from a reviewer's perspective. We then moved on to a more complex versioning scenario that involved merging parcels. We saw how seamlessly work was transferred from a GIS editor to a reviewer, from web to pro and back to the web. And did you notice how much of the heavy lifting was being done by Workflow Manager? I hope these demos get you thinking about your processes and how you can incorporate Workflow Manager into your system to streamline your workflows. Here is a selection set of key features that have been presented today to assist you in making your own work management system. We use a survey submission to define a Workflow Manager's job location, work assignment. Every user in the demo played a role and have responsibilities. And with the help of step assignment, each user knew exactly what they were supposed to be working on. And using controlled access, users have had all the information they needed to complete their work. We captured different job properties as the users moved through their work, and this information is available even after the job is closed. We used notifications to let users know work was ready for them to be worked on. Lastly, but certainly not the least, we integrated with some geoprocessing services to bring together our maps, apps, and data. All the information captured in Workflow Manager can be integrated into a dashboard. In other words, dashboard can be configured using the underlying layers to get your own focused view of the job's progress. This is useful for stakeholders reviews to get a quick update on all the jobs in your system. for a user that doesn't typically work in Workflow Manager. Now, before we wrap up, I want to highlight some key technical distinguishing characteristics that enhance the benefits of using Workflow Manager mentioned earlier. A service-driven architecture means a real-time synchronization between work that's been performed on the web and desktop and different applications. It allows for distributed workforces across different geographic locations to be able to easily work together. Being tightly integrated with ArcGIS Enterprise means organizations can easily use their maps, data, users, and groups in workflows from a single centralized system for better management and quality. Ease of use through user-focused experiences that are simple. The simple is not just another thing to learn, but a complement to a user's day to further increase their productivity. And the apps are extremely responsive. All this to increase the user's day-to-day productivity. Esri is listening. No. Esri is listening to users' feedback and always looking into new features. Some of the recent additions include enhancements to email job activities, updates to arcade menus. And Esri has put together a resources page for the ArcGIS Workflow Manager. You can scan this QR code to reach that page, where you will find things like product overview, deployment options. You will find also demos, videos, blog posts, also development resources and use cases. So, thank you so much for your attendance, and we would like to see if you have any question. We are, yeah, please.
شكرا مستر ماجد. I wanted to ask you اتكلم عربي؟
اتكلم.
ماشي. كنت عايز اسال حضرتك في حوار الجوب لوكيشن. تمام. دلوقتي مثلا انا عندي مثلا وليكن 50 قطعه ارض. ال 50 قطعه ارض دول انا عايز اديهم لاساينيه بعينه مثلا اللي هو وليكن مثلا محمد. تمام. طب هل الجوب لوكيشن دي ممكن ان انا اكستمايزها من لاير تانية امبورت مثلا اللاير دي كهي الجوب لوكيشن بتاعتي، ولا لازم اعملها بايدي كده واقعد اروح على
طيب انت بدك تعمل انت بتعملهم كوبي عنده ولا بس بتحكي له
اقول له ان الارض دي
ايوه اسايند لك صح
بالظبط
تمام
كده.
انت بتحدد اللوكيشن. لو كانت عندك خلينا نحكي الزونز هذه واضحه موجوده في لاير ممكن تستخدمها زي ما حكينا في تو اوبشنز درو او اللي هو سيلكت فروم ماب. فانت اذا بتكون already configured your define location map and you select that خلينا نحكي area it will be your job location خلاص. Later on in ArcGIS Pro there are a lot of options to restrict the user to work on this area only. So by this you can achieve the same thing.
انا بكلم حضرتك من منطلق ان الاراضي كلها متوزعه في اماكن مختلفه يعني مش بلوك واحد يعني مثلا ارض هنا وارض هنا وارض هنا.
You can add multiple locations. It's not a single location.
تمام.
Yeah, in my case I have just selected maybe
we
defined one but you can select or draw multiple polygons and all of them are the job location.
خلاص فهمت حضرتك تمام.
In some other cases when you have a lot of work the GIS manager start to build job orders and define worksheets and then those worksheets are assigned to specific people. So you will get the worksheet that contains all the areas that you are going to work on from this and he will be responsible for dividing them based on other stuff. I know in your case maybe they are not adjacent but in some cases he's splitting the data and then everybody takes a version of the data that contains specific area and he's continue working on this area only.
هو احنا عندنا في الار اي ار المناطق مش متقسمه بالظبط زي ما حضرتك بتقول بس فهي دي الفكره. شكرا حضراتكم جدا.
العفو.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
شكرا لحضراتكم جدا على البريف الجامد ده جدا. انا بس كان عندي سؤال هنا لما احدد كذا اديتور لكذا منطقه هل هو ممكن يكون لما اعمل ديفاين لوكيشن او جوب تمبلت في الجزء ده هل هو ممكن يعدل في عندي اديتور تاني التعديل اللي هيعدله يعدله في
لا
قطعه ثانيه.
انت بتقدر ايش تعمل assign للجوب لجروب تمام بس
تمام.
once your user assigned that choose or selected that task he will be the owner, the job owner, so you cannot work together at the same time for specific step on the same
in the same block يعني in the same
Yes.
block but يعني قطعتين ارض يعني هم قطعتين ارض بس في نفس البلوك.
اوكي
لتو يوزرز التعديل اللي عندي والتعديل اللي عنده هنتعامل ازاي في الكيس دي؟
why you need to work on them at the same time. You can create a job for the parcel 1 and another job for parcel 2 and they will separately work on them. Later on you will do any conflict resolution while doing the post and reconcile step.
لتجنب الايرور توبولوجيز اللي ممكن تحصل بين القطعتين.
Sorry?
عشان اتجنب الايرورز اللي ممكن تطلع بين القطعتين.
Yes, there are many. Now, see, we have the branch versioning, which is supported, very well supported in the workflow manager, and you have the traditional. Now, we have many steps to automate the reviewer checks and things related to the data reviewer and topology rules. So it is supported also. Once you get into the step where you need to do the post and reconcile, you will get those errors and it should be resolved.
Can I make constraint rules in the job template?
Yes. When you this is not in the workflow manager actually. This is you create your data reviewer checks, all the topology or data reviewer checks, and you publish your service. Then after that, we have at the side of workflow manager steps that can make use of these functionalities in from the data reviewer, and it will be automated. So there is a way to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
مساء الخير.
مساء النور.
لو سمحت كنت عايز اسال سؤال. هو في تكامل بين الورك فلو مانجر مع البايثون اوتوميشن؟
Yes, there is a step type called Run Geoprocessing Service or Run Geoprocessing Tool. This is one part, and also there is a Send Web Request step. So if you already have a geoprocessing service published, or even if you have a third party, let's say an API, you can call it and make use of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Okay. If me as a workflow manager admin, can I give one of the editor ability or privilege to reassign a job to their teammates?
Yes. What you saw as functionalities in the user interface is fully customizable. You can create your own rule and you select whatever functionality available to enable or disable that functionality. Yes, job assignment, reassignment, ability to comment as Mujahid presented, hiding or showing a complete page, the work, design pages. You can fully control these capabilities.
So actually you create a workflow manager role, and this role is assigned to ArcGIS Enterprise group. It is part, ArcGIS workflow manager is part of the ArcGIS Enterprise. Then you will have all the groups you have in the ArcGIS Enterprise. You just configure the role in the workflow manager and assign it to this group. So everyone in this group will be able to open the workflow manager and see only the things configured in the role section. But to configure a role, you need to be a workflow manager administrator. Then you can go there and define the role and select what to see, what to do, what not to see, and what not to do. Then it will appear. Even if you see, if you notice that the pages, the 3 pages, the design, the work, and the manage, they are not appearing to everybody. Some people can see that, and some people see. Usually, the GIS editors can see only the work page, do not see the other pages because they don't want to make it like confusing for them. They are going there only to open the interface that contains the jobs, select their assigned jobs, and start working on them. They don't want to see all the other things that may be confusing for them.
Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I have another query. As a data reviewer, if I have some roles in data reviewer, how I can use this task manager? I mean, to repeat these things. I need a
Yeah,
service or can
as I said, the data reviewer part is, let's say, this part is related to configuring your data, right?
Right.
So at the level of the data before publishing, you will define your whatever checks you have in the data reviewer, and once you publish, it will be available with the service. So from the workflow manager side, we have steps to automate or work with that rule, with those rules. So you will consider adding those steps and start working with their output.
we cannot use the workflow manager as a desktop. We need a services only.
Sorry?
We can use it on desktop also.
Can
we?
See, at version 11, as if you was there in, let's say, the Arc Pro extension for the workflow manager is not a standalone. So you cannot have it without having an ArcGIS workflow manager server, because now we are relying on a service-based architecture where you need to have everything controlled by services and enable everyone to work from web to mobile to, this is the whole idea behind that. So from the desktop side, there is a workflow manager extension for the ArcGIS Pro, but it's not standalone. You should have the server first.
Server role, yeah.
Server role, yes.
And just to add into what Mandy was saying, when you build all your validation rules in the data reviewer in ArcGIS Pro and applying it to the data, while publishing, you select an option that the validation will happen on the server as well.
Exactly.
And then when you configure the workflow manager, it goes to this, it works with this version of this published feature service. And then when it goes to the location that you want to apply the validation rule, it is doing it on the server. And then you can download the ArcGIS Pro project that contain the data and the results of all the data reviewers checks that has been done on the server. Then you can review all those errors that happens from the inspector window. You can see all the errors that happen and you can respond to that, fixing it, ignoring if it's not important, and then proceed to the next step that goes to the workflow manager again and continue the remaining steps in the workflow.
Yeah. Getting your point. Actually, the realistic problem is we are getting data from delivery partner. I need to check. I am getting the data from the delivery partner. We need to check on desktop. If there is some error, we have to return back. So they have to check, they have to maintain and clean the data. So once data is complete and accurate, then only we publish the service or put it on our server. So
I think your scenario should be re-engineered in order to have some automation. Like receiving the data should follow a specific template, and even with that template being followed or adhered to, you need to provide those checks, and you will provide, for example, let's say geoprocessing services or some middleware to check and validate and respond before getting into publishing.
Actually, we are doing something like that now. We have the income that comes even from an FME server, not Esri. Then we receive the request and in ArcGIS Enterprise, and then we check that and running the validation rule, automated validation rule. Based on that, we decide whether to accept the data or reject it. In your case, you are receiving all the data, and then you store the QA/QC of those data. This is it will be a burden on you, because if you receive from different agencies, you already have the data, you will not come back to them one by one. But if you are following a process that once they submit their data, they will go in the flow, and then you can verify and return to them with any issue, it will be easier for you. Because once the workflow is completed, your data is ready. Accepted data is ready. You don't need to go back to them again.
We have some geoprocessing rule. First, we have a schema check, geoprocessing schema check, GDB schema check. Once schema is maintained, or we can say, okay, we can ignore some feature classes less, and then we can go, we have created some data review. Using the data reviewer, we have some checks. It's okay. Then there's some errors, we can return the data. But we want to apply all these checks again and again. I mean, one time we have created the checks, and then we can use that particular task as a batch in other using the workflow manager. We can, whenever data comes, we can apply these things and then run the query.
Yeah, I can look at it at creating a job for the data submittal and receiving of the data, and you can create a job per each,
database.
whenever you receive the data, and
Yes.
you can run the same process. Yes.
You are from Riyadh only? I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I will take your number and
Yeah, sure.
معلش انا هتعب حضرتك شويه
لو-
بس
اتفضل.
الامر ايرجنت. بس دلوقتي مثلا انا دلوقتي في اديتور تمام، انا اعرف عملت له ريجكت للشغل بتاعه
تمام.
تمام. الريجكشن ده ممكن ابعت له معاه سكرين شوت لسبب الريجكشن من غير ما اكتب، مش عايزك، انا عايز اوري له صوره هو غلط في ايه. هل
طيب.
متاح ولا هضيف ستيب بعد الاد كومنت ان انا اضيف اد اتاتشمنت واحط صوره؟
يس يس.
طيب.
كيف هتاخد السكرين شوت واوتوماتيك؟ لو في طريقه ممكن تنعمل، بس ما بتصور انه ممكن.
انا ما اعرفهاش الصراحه، بس
انا ما اعرفش، انا بسال والله.
انت عندك اصلا امكانيه انك تران جيو بروسيسنج تاسك. You can run a geoprocessing
فاهم.
task. One of the steps to run a geoprocessing task. Inside it you can have some kind of code that takes screenshot or print an area, give it an extent to the map to print an area, for example, and then
You know,
add it an attachment.
يعني taking a screenshot from the desktop requires something يعني controlling your machine itself. So what is the link between the web, because we are using the web interface, or we are using, for example, the ArcGIS Pro. Maybe if you create a plugin that create
هي الفكره اللي انا بتكلم حضرتك فيها هي فيتشر سيرفيس عاديه كله بيشتغل فيها وكلها بتسمع في وقت واحد. انا مثلا خدت الشغل بتاع الراجل ده جالي، فانا راجعته بعيني او داتا ريفيور تشيكس او اي حاجه، طلعت لي ايرور. فانا عايز اقول له مثلا تجنبا مثلا ان هو يفهم الكلام اللي انا كاتبه غلط، فاقول له إن والله دي الصوره الغلط بتاعك، اعمل كذا. بس ده اللي انا قصدي.
اسهل حاجه اتاتشمنت. بيفور ريجكشن، يعني ريجكشن ستيب. لو تاخد بالك في الاكزامبل كان افتر سند ايميل.
سندنج ايميل.
بيفور سند الايميل ريجكت جو تو ذا ستيب ذات
كده ده هنشتغل بنظام اللوبينج. هترجع تاني.
سند الايميل.
One thing to add for the email that you can add the attachments as an email attachment. So there is an option to add attachments. So whenever you add the attachment and send email, all the attachments for the job will be with that email for the user.
تمام. في حاجه كمان برضو محمد زميلنا اتكلم فيها، حاجه ان هي ريكونسايل وبوست. احنا ما بنشتغلش عندنا ريكونسايل وبوست، احنا عندنا جيو بروسيسنج تول تمام، بنرنها كده علشان تسمع النودز والدايمنشنز اللي هي بتاعت البارسل فابريك، اللي هي النقط والخطوط. فبرضو عندنا امكانيه ان احنا نضيف بايثون تول مش جيو بروسيسنج.
يس
خلاص تمام. شكرا حضرتك.
عفوا. Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.